Looks like chat's not working again. We will fix it. We will fix it. We can do this. We have the technology. And we have some warm-up time because I still haven't done the warm-up scene. I have got my microphone up though. That's a start. That's a good start. Let's aim this there. Nice. So, Ayo! Hello, Goldie. How are you? We need a new stream goal. Hold on. Yeah, okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I need to set a thing up, but I'll do that. I'll do that tomorrow. Hold on, we're not going to do this thing. It's fine. We're going to stick in chat for a minute. Hello, Druggy Han. How are you? Smokestack, good morning, good evening to you. Good evening. How are you? Oh, wait. Boom. Lighting. Let there be light. And there was light. And it was good, but it's a bit much, isn't it? Let me turn it down a little bit. Just a smidge so I'm not blinded. There we go. Better. Hold on. We also need your chat messages coming through. Let's do that. How are you guys? Oh my god, did we have somebody clipping? Kmart was clipping offline? That's nice of him. That's a win. What's the plan for tonight? Finish the crypts. Finish the crypts. That is going to be the plan for tonight. In fact, I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to get straight into it. I feel like getting straight into the work is what I feel like doing. I've got one other thing that I want to do, but that's not a right now thing. Let me get all my other windows here. We have so many of them, too many of them, some would say. I'm here again, mod duties. I'm not here again. That's fair, Greybeard. We salute you. We appreciate your work. A mod is always in attendance. Exhibit A, Goldie. Let me see. We need to do some cleanup. When this all comes live again. Okay. So I got some stuff going in the back. There we go. Chat's working again. That's nice. That's good. Excellent. Glad it's all working. Glad it's all working again. How's everybody's day been? What's everyone been up to? Y'all ready to lock in for to get the crypts done? Let's see if I can be productive and like really lock in and finish it, because I don't think we had a particularly long stream, but I just finished your exercises and have breakfast to watch my... Thank you, Smokestacks. Glad you're coming here to hang out and watch. That is nice. I like this. Let's see if we can start a generation off. You're waking up to having coffee before leg day, low-key dreading it? Yo, but do it anyway, because that's what builds character, man. It's actually the thing that makes you stronger is not the exercise, but the discipline. And discipline, in its essence, at its core, is doing shit that you don't want to do It's like you shouldn't want to do it, but doing it anyway. That's the key of discipline, dude. So, bro, today's leg day for me. I swear to God, hell yeah, hell yeah. You know, I always feel like the day after leg day is the best day. It's the best day by far. It's 100% the day. You get your legs are sore, but you feel good. I don't know, man. You should add another 15 lunges to your leg day, Brian. That's sadistic. Sadistic suggestion. All right, hold up. So, what I want to do, let's start by firing up a strum. Firing up. We fired up stream. We've already done that. Let's fire up Godot and have a look. Let's kick off by recapping where we were when we left off last. I mean, the project's getting a little longer to load every time we do it, but yeah, here we are. Nice. The crypts, I remember. Oh yeah, and I added one more detail after stream, which I shouldn't have done, but I was waiting for something. So in the meantime, I added the pedestals. Now we just add all the sculptures, all the statues. I think that's the next step. But before that, I want the roof, and I think we ought to fix up these awkward little like corner pieces. So that's going to be one next step. What else do? We are going to want the stairs down. We're going to want... I mean, those are two good things. And then also we need to do something with the ceiling, I think. I wonder what we do with that. I mean, if we get too complicated, we should just do square stuff. Make it simple. Make it easy on us. Hey, What Plants? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in, man. What a colorful menagerie of characters. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. What even is it? What even is it? They're all doing the same idle animation. All of them with the same mesh turned on. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. Okay, so that's where we left off last. Guys. So that's a quick little list of things that we need to do. So yeah, for sure. That's a good place to recap, to figure out what exactly we get done. And you know what? I don't have an urgent need to be up tomorrow early. I should still make it a reasonable time, but potentially we can have a good stream tonight without too many interruptions. There's one thing that I may need to do with FAS. But other than that, we good. We Gucci. So let's kick into it, hey? I think if we get a wall going, like a tall wall, one for here, and then another one, just like another. I mean, even we could do a subset of it and subtract some material from that wall. That might be one way to do it. We can just use like a division modifier in Blender, and we'll get a little bit of ceiling to go here, and then we can also use like a ceiling section. So that'll be good. We'll do that. Hold on. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. I'm thinking about what I'm doing here. That looks funny. Hold on. What looks funny? The carrot. Yeah, this thing looks funny for sure. It's a fairly weird little. I reckon if I turned off the fruity character, it'd look even funnier. But yeah. And the other thing we could probably do here is fix up this ground mesh. There's like that big hole that's making a lot of that's really affecting the visual quality of a lot of things. You know, we're starting to get onto polish, but that one really annoys me, and we shouldn't be doing too much polish. I still want to keep moving quick, but you know how it is. All right, so let's see. Is there anything else? Let's go to our artboard and just get a bird's eye view of the thing. I think bird's eye view is not the right word, but it's pretty close. Let's see. This always helps. Sorry for flashbangs anybody may be currently experiencing. All right, yeah. So that's the design, that's the layout. So also I think I want something like this wall. And we probably need the opposite of that too. I also don't like the way that the light at the edge of this is a little lighter. Like there's shading around the borders of this thing. That might help in making the model, but it also might help in, this one can actually go to a check. So we'll get rid of that and go here. That one still needs doing. What else do we need? I mean, let's go back to where that... I think before this we did this one might be good. We need one without the archway. So for this, let's generate a bit of wall that fits above the archway previously generated. And then we might also do a ceiling, though these pieces could be used as ceiling pieces, honestly. I think that's not a bad play too. That one's been around for a while, yeah, and it has a pretty big negative effect on the look and feel of stuff. My phone just alerted me to something. Aha. Okay, Witchy, hello, Casey, how are you? Witchy's in here somewhere. We see that purple hat. She in there, that's for sure. We'll have to get Witchy and make her the default for a little while. So you can see her and be excited. All right, there's some things that I know I can do here. So in the design of this, in the design here, we've now got our little pillar and we've turned the right pillar off, which is cool because it still tessellates. It still like covers. Oh, that's kind of nice. All right. Neither of these are good. It should run from the top of the archway to the ceiling without leaving any gaps. That's what I want there. What are we doing right now? We are making, so you'll notice this little thing. We're making a little section of the map and we're using that in a sneaky way to fill out the crypts. So here, just to give you guys an idea of what exactly is happening with this, let's go to our art test and we're gonna grab like, let's see, let's grab Warmonger. So where is Warmonger? Warmonger. Though I think we'll do this one longhand, but the rest we're going to try and be clever about. So here's all our... so let's go a Node 3D. Node 3D, and we're going to call this... walls. All of that can go under these insets. Okay, and then from there, the Warmonger statue. Oh, he a biggin. We might need to... I don't know, we can't really reduce the size of it. We might need to reduce the size of the statues, honestly. That might be the way that we do this. Which would be slightly unfortunate, but it's either that or we resize the... I think we do it like this. I think we're going to resize these. So I want to do that on all axes. A little bit so that they fit on that. I mean, we need... Now that I look at it, we really want the... we really want that to fit, right? So the... What are they called? A dais? We've called them pedestals. So those pedestals might need to be a little wider. Let's go to the crypts. All right, that's looking better. So that's how this is going to look, guys. So every one of these is going to be like awesome with its own awesome statue. Nice. Hey, Zareen, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you again for the 40 subs. We need to generate your character. Now that you're here, we're going to do it, actually. So that's the place to start. Do a flip. It's on my to-do list. It's on my to-do list. How are you doing, Lucario? Okay, so that's going to look pretty sick. Kind of excited about it. I've also been thinking about this, and I think these plaques need to be better. We definitely need to improve the plaques. So that'll be another thing that we spend a bit of time improving. So I think let's first just make a wall. So stone wall. So let's get this processing. So we've got stone wall. We need to go to to process here, extract, extract all, stone wall. Good, mate. Once you have learned, I will then make it my mission to learn to do one. I can do one on a trampoline, but I would want to do one on the floor standing. I can do it on a trampoline too, dude. I can go to like bounce and do that. But yeah, I think just standing is like the ultimate goal, isn't it? That would be awesome. Stone wall. I think stone walls make sense like that. Yo! Hansbluff, 5 community gifted. Dude, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. That's amazing, man. I don't even think 5 corresponds to a stream reward. Now that there is like stream unlock things, I feel like I need to do something with them. The house is thank you, man. The house is a mess and cold because all my windows are getting replaced by better ones. Might as well make someone happy. Dude, you made me happy. You made me happy, man. The crypts are looking cool. I think by the end of today, they are going to be full of statues, and hopefully even we'll have a stairway down, and we might even connect it into the main world, into the main game world. And then we can kind of like, if we really get a lot done, and I mean like a lot done, then we're going to be able to potentially add a, hold on, I'll undo that. Then we're going to be able to potentially add a like, grave site. What's it called? A cemetery. Add the cemetery to the world. It's going to be one big ass crypt. Yeah, I think this has 30 statues in it. So this one has 30 statues, but the plan will be as we get more and more statues, it will go out further and further and further and further. So the people who donated first are going to be like first here. So I think I'll actually, to make this easier for myself, what I'm going to do is use an offset. So use the offset from the location of this object to place the statue, and then rather than placing them all manually and trying to do it, I'm going to write some code that goes through all the statues and then goes and places the statues in all of the free little crypt statue insets. That's going to be my plan, just to keep this more manageable, because it could take a lot of time to do it otherwise, and I don't want that. I don't want to bother with that. All right, so let's see. We're going to go over here. I think here, like that test came out good. That crypt needs to move back way over here, down there. All right, excellent. Witch and Yeti. Yo, Casey, you're into the Yeti too? The Yeti came out so sick. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed making that for winter. He seems to really like it, which makes me happy. That makes me super happy. Why don't you have the crib just go under the entire village and it's essentially a way? Yeah, that's exactly the plan. That's exactly the plan, Smokestack. I was thinking of doing something like this where the crypt was... Here's the crypt. So here was the crypt in the original design. I was going to make it so like in the city, you could run down this little area and then go to the crypt. But like, we're going to do something like that. I think we're going to have like a cemetery at the corner of town. We already kind of have that area mapped out here. So let me go show you in the environment. This little section of town, I think this is where the cemetery is going to go, and we're probably going to have a walkway down. A new game idea. Check the DMs. All right, let's see. Oh, Yo, that could be cool, man. That could be a cool concept. Dude, I like the idea. I like the idea, Goldie. I like the idea. And the cover art seems good too, man. So that's a vibe. That's a vibe. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Um, but yeah, so this is where the crypt will go. Like the cemetery will go, and then we'll have like a walkway down in the crypt, and we'll break into the ground, and then have like a downway, like a yeah, we'll have a way down. I think that's going to be pretty sick if we get that right. So hold on, let's add a new. We're going to create a new, not script. We're going to create a new. Let's make a scene. This is going to be a 3D scene. It's going to be a stone wall. Though I think, honestly, the stone wall is going to probably wind up being its own, like, thing with its own, like, you know, value. There'll be value in using that asset elsewhere. So where are we? Stone wall. Let's go in here, and we're going to add that, and we're going to make it 0, 0, 0. Though that's a little too deep, I think. It's like this is like a stone wall in too many directions. Though it could work. It could be useful for some stuff. I think it's just not, I don't know. Let's see what we can do with it. So we might need to specify that we want this with a single wall. Transform 0, 0 to center this thing. All right. Crypt statue inset. Let's head into our crypts and place a stone wall right there. Did we get the scale right? And I just think we didn't save it. That's the only thing. And we didn't get the scale right either. So stone wall goes here. Scale, I think we had like 2 or 3 for our other assets there. So it was 2. 2 times that size. Though it's going to need to be bigger. We want it to take up the same space as basically one of these. So we might need to scale the width a little bit non-uniformly because we want to be able to do this. So on our x-axis, let's make it like 3.5. Move it across horizontally, and now we're kind of filling that space with something other than the dome. I think now we're in business with this thing. We can kind of use it. It is a bit too deep, but I can also just do this with the Z. I can make it like 1 times that way or less. Even though we're warping our mesh and probably our texture as well, this still works. So 3.6. All right, there we go. So that'll do quite nicely. I might just, so that we get the stone wall right, I'll take the archway as well, and we'll put an archway in our stone wall. And then in the way that we did with the other, we're going to take a pillar and put it on the left. So let's go, here's our inset. Our pillar needs to go in the same place. I think it could hit. Yeah, I think you could be right too, Goldie. There's a lot that goes into like making it hit. Like the marketing is a big part of it. But I think the game you're working on could be huge. I don't really have a lot of competition, and the game looks good. It's simple. It could probably be done in VR mobile and stand on and Steam and even consoles. It's not a huge map. It's easy to run. Everyone understands the concept because they've played games like it before, just not to the extent of this. You know that they, most of us have played Town of Salem. Is that a game? Town of Salem? I haven't heard of that one, but that could be interesting to research if something like that exists. pretty cool if it's a thing, you know. I think I kind of want to, if I'm being real, we're gonna go here, just paste all of that and see if we can get that to sit on the ground, and then the dome can go, the curved wall can go, and then our stone wall can go way shallower. We don't need our pedestal either. Let's see if these two kind of like line up. Statue inset. I'm going to just like go from I'm going to look at this from the Z direction on both of these and see how similar they look if I just center them. How are we doing with this thing? No, those locations in that copying and pasting that actually really did not hit. These need to be more like that. So I don't know why copying it didn't translate. All right, hold on. We're going to do this again. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to go, all of that is going to get pasted here. I wonder why that didn't work. Maybe we just like do it like this. What if I copy that? I make local. Still that didn't work. Probably like this, right? What I can do is line up the ground with that red line. What's wrong is this one's wrong. This one's just like in the wrong position. That's going to be annoying. We'll have to adjust all of this in the game scene as well. So, all right, let's go fix that first. These are all going to be off position. Did their scale change? No, that's not possible. So that's all fine. Honestly, that should have changed. All right, all of this gets copied. What's its issue? Oh, we transformed that. Yeah. Okay, what happened? Yo, DGen1, thank you for the follow. I, too, am a fellow DGen. Just hang around until 3 a.m. this morning and you'll see evidence of this fact. Welcome in, man. Where's the... Okay, hold on. Oh, all right. We need to add a new resource. This is going to be we made a mistake here with the Crypt statue inset. We need a new child node. It's a node 3D, and this is going to be the Crypt. One day I'll learn to name things. That's going to go. That's the archway. This is going to be the actual inset. Jackie! What? Oh my gosh. Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. Incredible. How are you? Did you just finish stream? You're finishing pretty early. Oh my god, guys. We got a Jackie raid. Incredible. Whoa, and so many followers drift off the back of it. She's not around. Hold on. Big shout out to Jackie. Hold on, Jackie. Check out. I don't know if you saw this last time, but we've been cooking. We've been cooking since you were here last. You've had some people come in and they're really like pushing it. Hi, base. We love you. You're great. I have to run and pick up my brother from the airport, so no yapping. Okay, no yapping, but look, it's your character. It's your character. We made the suck. We made it. It got linked. I saw it. It looks insane. Excellent. Can it have a cat? It's already got a cat. Here's the cat. There's the cat. That's it. I hope you like it. Go run. Go get your brother. You don't want to miss the airport stuff. Go do it. Thank you so much. No, I hope you love it. That's good. That's right. We got it right. Excellent. I love it. Bye. See you. Okay. Where's my character, Jack Buzzer? Well, 200 subs does get a character, so that's the thing. But yeah, I'm glad she got to see it. Oh my god, what a raid. Guys, what a raid. Cat's so cute, isn't it cute? And the character, I hope we got it right. We're really gonna have to make a face that matches her character quite well. But we got it. We got done. It still has to go in. It still has to go in, but like it's a thing. It is a thing. It's so cute, the cat. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? On the way to making that one, we also made a cat for Witchy Witch. There was the variant of the cat. It just didn't look quite right for Jackie's character, so we made a variant. But like this one I think is going to be really cool. Yeah, so that's welcome into Jackie's community. Welcome in. Hold on, we gotta do something first. VIP JACQUE. We got to give her the VIP. Just because, oh my God, so much support for the channel, so much support. Really appreciate her. Really appreciate what she's doing there. That's good stuff. That's good stuff right there. All right. So, for those who don't know, I don't know if Jackie explained. I assume she probably didn't. She had to raid and run, so she's probably in the middle of everything. Holy boy, it's a big raid. It's a lot of people in the raid. 196 people's huge. We are making not monsters. So if you guys have seen Jackie play, like recently, me and Jackie both played Among Us, and that was really, really fun. It's such a streamable game. I've got so many cool friends who are streamers. I wanted to make a game that we could all play together. And it's this. It's not monsters. It's a social deduction party game. You guys can imagine this as a medieval version of Fall Guys with the way that it looks. But it's going to also have like physicsy combat behavior. So a bit like Party Animals there. And then it's, of course, going to play a lot like Among Us. The core concept is that everybody gets to be a villager in a small town. And some villagers are secretly monsters. The monsters must murder the villagers. The villagers must discover and save themselves from the monsters by murdering the monsters. And so that's our game concept. That's our game concept. So it's like the town of Salem, but in a video game where all of everybody has to accuse their neighbor of being a monster and discover who's who. And there'll be a whole bunch of different monster types, one of which will be Jackie's character. Jackie's character here, but that's going to be like a secret incognito mode for one of the base town roles. So there's all these different people who live in the village, and they all have their own roles and things that they need to do that can help their other fellow villagers survive the monsters. And so, yeah, there's going to be a phase of the game where if people get murdered during the night, because the monsters are going to have really good vision during the night, everybody gathers together and people will be able to accuse people of being monsters, or give supporting evidence for why they think a person is not a monster, all of that. And then instead of voting, people can like beat the crap out of each other with blood and gore, and they are very cute, but there's going to be like this juxtaposition between cuteness and murder. Because who doesn't like a little bit of cute murder? It's like Happy Tree Friends vibe here. So we're going with like a Monty Python-esque type sense of humor. And so, yeah, the game continues until everyone's eliminated. But I'll give you guys a quick preview of what this actually looks like. So here we go. So we're going to go show you. We put the day-night cycle in. We did this over 2 weeks over the Christmas holiday. We kind of got all this stuff in. So there can be monsters. This is the town. I don't have a name for the town yet. I should name it. But this is where the whole game takes place. So everybody goes and lives in their little houses and stuff like that. Cute murder is my speciality. Exactly, Zareen. Exactly. So Cyclops is one monster. We got a mummy. We've got the loser fruit monster, which we still need to fix because its animations are still kind of jank. We have the crowd favorite, the Witchy Witch. We have to fix that jump up. Oh my God. Thank you, Double Yums. I appreciate the follow. I really do. We've got the Vamps Fee, which we have to change the model of because she's a little bit too slim. We've got Winters. We've got Winters Snow Yeti. We've got okay, and then we've got villagers. For instance, this is the blacksmith, the blacksmith. He's got his little forge, and so this will be his house. And so you can imagine, like the plague doctor might decide to come and bring his weapon. He can bring his pitchfork to the blacksmith and get it sharpened so that it has a little bit more extra stabby stab. To keep the game, to keep himself competitive for fighting the monsters. And so there's going to be a day-night cycle. You guys can kind of see the. Oh no, my keyboard's died. I think it's run out of battery. Yep, it's nearly flat. That's going to be fun to deal with. We're going to be typing to the side. Okay, hold up. Plugged in. And now it's charging. And now we have control back. Yes. So you can see it goes from day to night. The sun has set. And it's starting to get a bit foggy. It's starting to get a bit misty. You can see the moon slowly rising, setting the vibe for the game. Bug testing. I don't know if the keyboard unplugging counts as a bug. I think that's definitely a hardware issue. So yeah, you can kind of see the moon is rising. The things are getting a whole lot more spooky. You can still see the monster in the distance there, but very quickly, as the lights come on, you'll start to rely on those to see your way through the night and survive the night and stuff like that. So for instance, there's a lamplighter. This one's the shepherd. This one's the townsman. This is the maiden. This is the lamplighter. His job will be to go around and turn the lanterns on so that people can actually see throughout the night. Because, oh yeah, let me show you. If I go towards the farm district, there's not a lot of light there. And it gets very hard to see very quickly, right? So there's, huge windmills here to my side, but I can't even see them because it's so dark, right? So yeah, it's very, if that makes any sense, the game, I think, fairly atmospheric. So that's what we're in the process of building. We're also, we need some crypts because we had some supporters going, so let me just rewind time so you can see this all in the daylight. So yeah, that's the game. That's what we're working on. That gives you guys all the context you probably need to understand what we're up to. The only little thing you probably also need to know to make sense of what I'm doing is that there's going to be a crypt. The crypt will be a whole bunch of statues will be in here. So you can think of it's going to have this kind of vibe. It'll be under the city. All the statues really represent the people who've donated to support the stream while we were building it in the first 2 weeks. And so, yeah, I really wanted to make sure that I finished that off. So that's going to be the first thing that we do. It's also the first test for an inside environment. We haven't done an inside environment before. So that's the next kind of step to do for me. I think we were in the process of trying to get it to generate the wall. Oh, this is why. Wall, not wool. All right, let's regenerate that. And then we also just finished generating some mesh for, here's our statue insets. We've got our plaque, which we need to regenerate as well. We're trying to get the stone wall right. So stone wall doesn't need a dome. It does need the pillar and it doesn't need the pedestal. And honestly, it doesn't need that curve wall either, but we need to fit the rest of our wall in that little space there. Hey, you digging the music, Mr. Boy? Mr. D-Boy? Mr. D-Boy. Mr. and Boy seem like inherent contradictions. It's live and lurking, my dude. Have a good stream. Yo, no, thanks, man. Good to see you again. Ginger Dev, how you going? Have a good stream. Hope your game is coming along amazingly. It's coming along. I feel like if I can get rid of all my other responsibilities and really lock in, I envy you streamers who can just do nothing but stream. I really would love to live that life. If I could do that, then we'd be in such a, I'd be able to get so much more done. But yeah, hope your game's coming along really well too. You guys should go check out Ginger Dev. He's also a streamer. He's also making a really cool game. It's on Steam. You can go wishlist it right meow. And I recommend you all do it because it does seem really fun. When we get a chance, we're going to play test it sometime and give some feedback. But that day is not today. Oh, yo, did I accidentally delete this thing? It's fine. We can do that. Let's go into the stone wall here. And then we should be able to place this. So we want to put that in the gap here. So we can put that right there. There's a lot of geometry that will never get seen, which I don't really like, but, we can live with it. This scale needs some adjustment. Its import should be 2.7. Please, I'd give my left cheek to do what you do. And as well as you do it, yo. Raisin Girl, you probably can. It's I don't think I'm not smarter than other people. I really am not. I promise you, I'm not the smartest person. I just work at things for a really, really, really long time. I stick with the problem for a really, really long time. And so that might be, you can go like keep that in mind, eh? Keep that in mind, because if you stick with the problem as long as I did, you'd be able to do it in a very similar way to what I do. So, yeah, it's just a matter of doing it for a really long time till you get really, really good. 2.6, let's try and do that. I'm trying to make these corners not poke out. They kind of are still, but I have a little bit more vertical height to go down. 6.2.5. All right, is there a gap above it? No, there isn't, and it's not standing out. This can go a little lower, and then we need to pull it up a little again. So 2.55. Let's add half a unit more vertically. No, a little bit more. So maybe 2.6 was right, and I just haven't checked the bottom. What's your studio name again? With the VR games and stuff, it is Actuator. Actuator is the name of my studio. You can check us out over there. And the game is called On Point. It's a pure grind, not some inherent talent 100%. Yeah, totally. Heavy eels, you get it, man. It really is. I think there's a great book called Outliers. Has anybody ever heard of that? Outliers is, let's see, I'll pull it up. It looks at that exact thing. Outliers book by Malcolm Gladwell. And it like looks into the recipe that makes successful people. And the key thesis of his book is essentially that although people think that talent makes success, most of the time it's actually a huge amount of hard work. And I was really lucky in that I found that book when I was quite young, probably like 21, 22. And I read it, and it was like, it really advocates the merits of working incredibly hard at something to succeed. And I still believe very strongly in what that book says. Hey, so, I mean, there's a certain amount of like timing, and like luck that goes into being successful, but overwhelmingly it's actually hard work that's the key ingredient to success, I would say. And I say that after having seen a lot of people work very hard at the things that they believe in, and some people not working particularly hard. It's definitely the hard work that makes the difference. Okay, hold on. We were actually being sneaky and sticking half of these pillars under the ground. I don't know if I like that strategy. Maybe we make the whole thing a little taller. A little bit taller. Yeah, we need to do that. So, in our scene, all of these insets can go up vertically to about there, I want to say. And then inside of the inset, we're going to bring this down because we're actually deciding the ground height somewhere different. And if we go back to our crypts, yeah, now it's better aligned. All right, cool. And then that wall should now look a lot better. Though those are kind of protruding through here. I don't know if I necessarily mind it. It might be okay. There's random protrusions, but like doing it like this might be a better look. It's this pillar here that annoys me, right? There's this pillar or the gap. We can have one or the other, and all right, definitely the stone wall needs to be narrower, so we'll fix that in our import settings as well. That needs to be like 0.8. So we're going to have it narrower on one axis, potentially even more. Even more again. I mean, it looks as though if I really think hard about this, that we'll need to make this like 0.5 so that we can get it to align. Okay, saw you at Jackie's, so I came back to check you out. Oh, yo. Okay, you mean like you came in from Jackie's raid? Saw you at Jackie's, so I came to check you out. What do you mean, Mr. Boy? Was Jackie checking the stream out at some point or something like that? Very cool if so. Reordering now. Hold on. Reordering what, Raisin Girl? Okay, that's probably the better configuration for this wall, because now it doesn't protrude anywhere it's not wanted, and the wall is about as wide as the pillar. So if we go to our crypt now, it's going to look okay here as it blends with the other wall, and it's going to go across this entire thing, and then maybe we can like be a bit sneaky with how this actually sits out there. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, guys. Now that wall end actually looks really good. Okay, nice, nice. And while we have that, I think the other thing we need to start thinking about the stairs down into the crypt. So let's have a look there. Okay, that's nice. This is a good starting reference image. This also has like a flat wall inside of the arches. What I'm interested in is this little section above the archway. So generate the section from the top of the archway up with nothing below it and without showing the archway itself. Isolate just the top section. That's what we want. Oh, that book, Outliers. Yeah, I really, really liked Outliers. I read a lot, Raisins. I read like an awful lot. I don't know. I don't even have a count of the number of books I read. And most of the time I audiobook actually. So, you know, when I'm doing anything that isn't like work, and it's I do a lot of that too, but when I'm not doing anything that isn't work, like if I'm walking or doing the dishes or if I'm driving somewhere, I'm usually listening to a book. And some books more than others really influence the way that I think. Didn't you raid Jackie yesterday? Maybe I misremember. It sounds like something I would do. That sounds like something that I would do for sure. I can't remember if I did yesterday. I think I did like a really. It was a different Jackie. I think I raided Jackie Codes. Is that her name? Jackie Codes. Jackie Codes? Yeah, Jackie Codes. It was a different Jackie that we raided yesterday. I think we raided this Jackie. But we definitely raided a Jackie. Okay, so let's adjust this. Keep the topology of the top of the arch, but not the arch itself. The purpose of this image is to generate something that we can use to model to add geometry from the archway to the ceiling. See if we can get this right. Yes, Jackie Codes. Yes, we got raided by a different Jackie just now though, Mr. Boy. But okay, I get it. Sorry, we just got a huge raid from a different Jackie. There's a lot of talented streamer Jackies out there apparently. But Jackie Codes is who you're referring to. And yes, I have a huge amount of respect for what she does. She's really, really cool, energetic, smart. I love her sense of humor. I think, why not use Nano Banana instead? Should be much better. Is Nano Banana free? It's an interesting point. By the way, great observation and great suggestion. Let's see, we've got Kotinov, cool name. It's a great suggestion. I probably should, but one thing you don't want to do, in my experience, is once you have a kind of like a particular visual style, one thing you don't want to do is transition to a new AI that generates something differently. Once you have a style, you want to stay as stylistically consistent as you possibly can. Do you not have to pseudo Nano Banana? I think you might be able to actually generate Nano Banana stuff without, and you're absolutely right. Nano Banana is the leading image generation system, but I have so much art generated in this style, and I have a consistent style I can produce using what I think is DALL-E under the hood. I think GPT still generates stuff using DALL-E, and I'm very happy with the results. So I'm not going to change it until I need to. That's essentially it. Until I need to, I won't make that change. But yeah. Okay, so let's check this into our artboard because I do like the way that archway came out. And it probably belongs in here, but I'm not going to stick it in there because it's not done yet. Okay, that piece. We've got this piece. That actually we can mark as done. That's there. We should be really disciplined. If we're going to be really disciplined, we'd be naming stuff. It will output the same style, I think, at least in my practice, as long as you give it some references. It can match a style, but it's like it's going to be using its own style to match the style rather than actually having the core style itself, if that makes any sense. Like, it can do good style transfer. You know what? I should just give it a go, because I know you're probably right, Kotnov. It's you're probably right. I know it is the best image generation AI out there right now. But at the moment, I kind of like the results I'm getting. And if you want to move fast and it isn't broken, don't try and fix it. Can sometimes be the best way to do it. At the same time, I am trying to learn something, but now I have I have the pipeline dialed in. I want to try and make as few changes to it as possible to keep everything artistically consistent. That's my goal here, is artistic consistency with the entire style of the game. And so I've got really developed prompts. I can reuse my prompting templates from image to image. I know that the output I'm going to get is going to be consistent. And so now what I'm trying to do is introduce as few variations as I possibly can so that everything looks the same. That's the way we're able to get the look and feel of the game and make it consistent. So yeah. So you're probably right. You can probably get a better result, and there's probably a better tool out there for it, but I just don't want to upset the stability that I have. Hello, I see each day the game has Unreal progress. As if it was done in Unreal. Yeah, I mean, thanks, man. I find Unreal can be really, really hard to make consistent progress with. Surprisingly, it's a funny thing that, you never really Unreal Engine. I don't know. It's just, I think Godot and Unity, they feel more natural to me as game engines than Unreal does. Like, blueprints feel awkward for some reason, and yeah, I don't know. It's just me though. It's just me. So one thing we could do if we wanted to make the crypt feel longer, now that we have this archway and this stone wall, we could alternate between statue, stone wall, statue, stone wall, statue, stone wall. But we've got, I don't know, really, like, we have so many different statues. I think the task is probably best done if I just like move quickly through it and keep as many of these as possible, and just like, yeah, I think we're going to stick with it. We're not going to try and change it up too much. Let me just do a quick count. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29, 30. Let's see, 31. So we've got like 36 and we need 50. We need more. We're not done yet. We have to keep generating. So let's generate another hook turn this way. We'll go with that whole section. At the moment, I'm working pretty quick and dirty. So let's take that. If I use snap and do that, and then I'm going to rotate around the y-axis 180 degrees. And then I'm going to move this in place there. We still need to deal with this corner section. And one way to do it might actually just, like, the simplest way, and maybe that's exactly what I do, might just be to replace those corner sections with flat walls. That's going to be a very, very serviceable solution. Where's our crypt inset? Did we delete we deleted the pillar, and I probably shouldn't have done that yet, because I want to use that pillar for placement. So we're going to do that. We're going to take this, put it there. Where is it? About here? Let's say there. And then in our crypts, we'll notice that we have a pillar. We get a pillar back. Does this look correct? Yeah, they're kind of like in the same place as one another, but then we can use that here to position. So see there, both pillars, if I just make this match really, really closely, then we're onto something. There we go. Now I know that this is roughly in the same place. Okay, so that statue can go here. About there. Okay, copy, paste star. And then a whole nother wall here on the inside, and we want the same on the outside, right? We want the same on the outside. I mean, you can simply give it a shot and see how it goes. Yeah, Cottonov, you're not wrong, but I'm not unhappy with the progress that I've made, and I don't want to. I think in order to use Nano Banana, you need another software subscription. I'm really trying to keep the number of subscriptions down. Just a Voyager, yeah, Voyager. It is going to be an internal scene here. I'll show you what this actually looks like without the lighting. The lighting is just like in the editor to make it a little bit more visible. And the other thing we'll be doing is we'll be changing the ambient light to be darker, and then we're going to be adding a whole bunch of different candles to the environment. So this is going to be a candlelit environment. And so yeah, imagine this. It's going to be looking like this. So there'll be candles and a few lanterns, sparing lanterns, but this is how the target of the lighting will be. How are you going to deal with the Z fighting? The Z fighting of those, you mean of the pillars being in the same spot? Like this. I'm just going to go like this. Delete. No more Z fighting. Because now if I save that, here, have a look. If I go back to Crypts, this looks exactly the same, but the pillars are lined up in the perfect position. So really, that pillar is just there to help me like figure the positioning out. And then I'll delete them after that. So that's the V fighting issue solved. Really, they're just there to place the object and get the position roughly right. And then after that, one like the left one gets deleted because they're always left to right. And then we'll have the exact number of pillars, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're getting it. You're picking up what I'm putting down. It's a little hacky. It's a little hacky as a solution, but like it works. And if it works, it works. Okay, so another 90 degrees this way. One thing that you can do in Unity that I'm really missing is the ability to snap vertices. In Unity, I could go like this. I could zoom in a little bit. I could go, okay, give me this vertice. I could move my mouse over it. I could hold V, click, and then drag it to the same vertice there, and it would just snap in place. It's so fast. Goldie actually gave me a plugin that I could use to do it, but I'm like, I want to use the editor without any crutches or plugins, and it's like, kind of regretting it. I probably should get it, just because it will help me move so much quicker. Okay, that goes... Where is it? That goes about there. I'm quite liking the width here. The width of the walls is kind of perfect. All right, so where are we at? I need to like, also, I'm trying to keep in mind how many spots we have, though we're probably eventually going to fill them anyway if we keep going with this project. I mean, I shouldn't even keep talking like that. I'm pretty into this project. Whether we do it as like a full-time venture or whether we do it for fun, I'm starting to really consolidate my point of view on this, that I feel like it's a project worth pursuing, which is exciting. That's exciting for me. All right, let's copy you. We're going to paste in place here, and did I copy the wrong things? How did I even do that? I want that, and you, copy you, paste there. Look at that, it pasted it in the wrong spot. It's like it copied the wrong thing. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, we can just do this. Copy, paste, paste. That's 2 more across. And now this entire wall, actually, I may as well just copy that one. And then copy that, go here, paste there. I wish I could pivot around that vertex as well. That's another thing that would have been handy. Okay. And you'll have that roof. You'll have the roof, of course. Yeah, the roof will be the next thing. I mean, we need to do a little bit of like engineering what happens up from here, and then we'll have basically, I think we're gonna have something like the floor on the ceiling, and then from there we should be good to go. So yeah. Okay, so that goes about there. Okay. Excellent. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I think, though, we may actually, when I say we're getting somewhere, we may actually be all the way there. There's a lot now. There's an awful lot. We might even have more than we need, which would be good. So where is this one? Those statues. Is that enough crypt? I feel like this is going to be enough crypt for a while. How is that? This is one area where zoo fighting will look really bad, but any gaps will be like, you'll be looking down to infinity. So we don't want that either, but okay. You and you. Actually, you and you and you and you. All four. Copy that. Paste them here. I need random rotations for these as well. That might be something that I need for the cobblestones, is like random rotations are really going to help this look more natural. But not a problem for now. That's a polish problem. I mean, we've got giant holes in them as it stands. That's kind of an issue. That's a bigger issue anyway. Copy that. Paste that. There we go. Okay, put it right there. Copy that. Paste again. About there. Okay. My most used keybind in Unity. It's so handy. It's so handy, isn't it, Goldie? I really need it. There's a snap plugin for Godot, could increase workflow. Yeah, I probably have to do it. I probably have to do it in Uber Linux. I probably have to install it. It makes a lot of sense that I would do that. All right, we're getting there with the crypt. So let's start working on the. I mean, all right, we've got the archway roughly thought out. So okay, so from here, let's say we want to we need some stairs that lead down from a floor above and meet the archway. Instead of a wall within the archway, please generate a stairway. Okay. So what's the name of the wall above a door? Is it like, I think we should just like archway wall? Archway wall is a good name for something like that, right? That might be a sensible name. Archway wall. Yeah, let's do something like that. We can go with archway wall, and even to keep it in theme with the others, stone archway wall. And then we can extract that. Let's get this into the game. And this will have a lot to do with setting the height of the actual the crypt itself. So crypt's stone archway wall. Stone archway wall, and then all of this can go in. And then let's go into our art tests and get the size and everything right for this. And then we can move it across into both of our assets. That can go, I suppose. I mean, honestly, actually, it shouldn't go. It should go up and just stick where it was because it's one of the most foundational building blocks there. What a fun little spiral. Yeah, thank you, ZenFA. I appreciate that. We got in there and I was like, what's this gonna look like? And I did that. I was like, it's gonna be like this. And it's like, ugh. And it's also gonna have like walkways like this. As it loops round, we're gonna have walkways like this. So if it really gets quite long, you'll be able to like skip out to the, right now we've got 50 statues, but if we happen to have 500 statues, we can walk all the way to the edge and you won't have to go all the way around the loop. Is it called a header, the top of the door? Maybe. I don't know. If somebody wants to Google it and be like, yo, it definitely is, then I will rename it. But to me, since I don't know the term, this is probably going to make most sense to me. Make the player go round and round and round and round and round. Well, yeah, that would be cool, Xenophate, but I feel like you will be able to access this, like the stairway I'm about to generate. So to give you some context, in the environment, if I open up, there's a bigger city and there's some gameplay consequences from this, right? In the city, if we do that, it will make going into the crypts a death sentence, right? So there's gonna be a little cemetery here, and there's gonna be like a walkway down that leads into these crypts. And if we do that, if a monster sees somebody go into the crypt, they could just follow them down and there'll be no escape, right? They'll just be able to chase them infinitely. But if you have some ways back, then in theory, a player can still go into the crypts and still escape. So it's more than just letting people get to the, get through to the section of the crypt that they want to see. It also means that they can probably outrun the monster in a way they wouldn't otherwise be able to. So multiple reasons for it, Xenophage, but it's a good suggestion. It's a good question. I kind of like the idea that people should walk through, like, past every statue. I'm pretty freaking grateful for every damn person who did this, right? Every person who was generous enough to throw in and support the game's development. Especially since there are no promises associated with this. It's just me learning stuff and having fun. Anybody who threw in to do that, I feel like, I should do as much to shine a light on on their name as I can. So, thank you, Warmonger, and everybody else. I don't mind having people walk past every name, but at the same time, if we're going to put it in the main game, which means it's so much more likely to get seen, then it makes sense to, it makes a lot of sense to allow people to go straight to their statue. And it also makes sense to let people run away in a more productive way from the monsters. So that's the trade-off there, I guess. Okay, so here's our archways. Let's see, there's our stone archway, and then there's this stone wall. That needs to go a little bit lower. I'm going to put that to the, well, should we put it to the left? Just to make clear what it is and get it out of the way of the other stuff. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, there's our stone wall. We could also generate some structures above ground using these building blocks. This could be quite cool, guys. This could be quite a cool thing. We might even generate like use this as part of the entranceway. That'd be quite cool. Where's the other part? There's a stone dome. There's also a stone curved wall. Stone curved wall needs to go in our art test scene as well. No, that's just our stone wall, sorry. Stone curved wall. There it is. Yeah, I guess that's a raw asset. So we're going to flip him 180 degrees that way. Excellent. All right, that got a good 180 flippy flip. Ideal. Nice. Not exactly, but I'm not going to fill around too long getting that right. Okay. The next thing we were working on here is stone archway wall. Okay, 1.5 scale, I want to think. How much time is spent in-game development fiddling with position of objects in levels? Yeah, probably a lot. But that's how you make the world, right? That's how you make the world. It's also how you you know, I don't know. It's how you work if you're in Blender or if you're, that's how the world is created is like come up with the geometry and then like piece it all together, It's it's like playing Legos. It's like playing Legos, except you make your Lego blocks as well. Okay, that can go probably a little down, so the scale needs to go up, I would say. Just a tiny, oh, maybe it doesn't. What happens if I copy this and paste it here and then move it to match the other archway? And this archway needs to go forward a little just for consistency. There we go. Is it wide enough? No, it leaves a gap, but is it perfectly positioned? I don't know. I'm okay with a little overlap on this. But they definitely need to go up a little in size. So, but only on the x-axis. We're going to give it another like 5%. A little more. There we go. I don't like this. I definitely don't like that seam, and I don't like the Z fighting here. But this is good enough. I think if it really bothers me, I'll discover it again down the line, and we'll do something with it at that time. So to make it easier to do that, I'm going to go and create a 3D scene here. And the reason for this is basically exactly what we just saw. Is I want to be able to like make a modification to this thing and then change it everywhere. So we're going to, in our art test, copy this. We're going to paste it in place here. And we're going to do everything but the height, because I feel like the height was good. And now we can use this interchangeably instead of the mesh. And this puts a layer of abstraction in there, guys. It's not really any extra overhead for the game to process this, but what it does mean, if I ever want to make adjustments to it and I use this thing 1,000 times, then I can come and modify this one object and all 1,000 instances get updated like that. So it just will make it a lot more handy for me to do it like that. Well, good luck. Thank you, Voyager. I have to go because I added courses to my life and reduced free time. Yeah, but you increased learning and knowledge. So fuck yeah. Well done, man. I applaud you. Like, learning is the best investment you can ever make in yourself. Like, forget investing in stonks and cryptos and all that other like stuff. If you're going to invest in one thing in life, man, just one thing in life, let it be your education. So well done. I applaud you. Have a great time at your class. Have fun becoming smart. Yes, exactly. Level design is time consuming. So is game design and development. But I find level design so freaking, I don't know, there's something so satisfying about it. I'm sure Goldie would agree. Goldie gets to do this for his entire job. He makes his living doing this, which is like, I'm very jelly. I'm very jelly of him. Okay, let's throw you in there. See how you actually look. That can go the... Oh, hey. I thought we changed this. I thought we actually changed the height so that all of this was like Y0. Oh, that's right. We were in the process of doing it, and as usual, we got distracted. So this is make scene root. We're gonna... Oh, no. Instantiated scenes can't become the root. We've gone and used this in a bunch of different places. There's still another trick I've figured out for getting around this, though. Stone archway wall. So let's go to the inset. Crypt statue inset. We're just going to underscore this one. We're going to make this that without the underscore. We're going to create that there. Can't have a branch of an already instantiated scene. To create a variation, I just want that. Okay. Scene, new inherited scene. What do we do? Scene, new inherited scene. Okay. This is going to be the Crypt statue inset. Open base scene. That one. Do I make all of this local? It's doing stuff I don't understand at this point. I'm scared. I'm afraid, guys. I've made a mistake, and I don't know how to unwind it. All right, let's keep moving without it. That's probably fine. Hey, Milky, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. How have you been? How are you? How does this day find you? This is the archway, and really this should be the parent scene. I wish I could do that. Just do that. So easy. Just make this the scene route. Can I do something to like make this local? Why can't this be... What if I do it like this? If I go that, new scene, 3D scene, paste that. Now I make this the scene route. Instantiated scenes can't become the route. I mean, I can just do that though, right? Problem solved. Joke's on you. Then that goes, and then that goes like that. And then that becomes the inset. Can't save the root node branch as an instantiated scene. To create an editable copy of the current scene, duplicate it using the file system .context menu. I mean, I can't duplicate it because this isn't even saved. Scene save. Like that. Yay. Yay. Okay, now to fix this in here, what I think I need to do is all of this we do that instantiate child node, and this is going to be the Crypt statue inset, which will be the actual one, not the mesh version. And then that should be in the right position, right? Perfectly in the right position. Yes. All right, you all ready? We're going to do some fast typing here. Control Shift A, enter. Yep. Okay, hold on. Should I start from the bottom or from the top? Like that. Hold on, we don't need that one. That was already instantiated, so... Oh, goddamn. What happened? It lost my position. No! Oh, we've made a mess. That's fine. We do this rather often, guys. All of that goes here at the top. And then we're going to eventually reparent all of that to get rid of these. Yeah. And then all the way to the bottom again. Mistakes were made. We're getting there. And I should be able to, with all of these, I should be able to just like, yo, thank you for the sub, Milky. Really appreciate that, man. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you too, man. The day has found you well. And how about your day? I've had a great day. I've had a really fun day. I got to do some work that I really, really enjoyed. Yo, no, thanks for the bits. Thanks for the 10 biddies for the Gigantify. That's huge. Insert 500 instances of them. One. Now what to do? Yeah, exactly. And the reason is because I want to make them all like globally modifiable. And I did it in a way where for some reason I used a inherited object instead of a scene. So I want to modify that. So better to do it now because the scene especially is just going to get more and more complicated as time goes on. So yeah, I'll figure it out. And also I didn't mean for this hierarchy to get like this anyway. We're going to clean it all up, and I feel like now is as good a time as any to do that cleaning. And this is going to be a useful step in that process. And I'm sure the Godot designers didn't mean for people to fix this problem this way, but it will work for us, so I may as well. I mean, how many are we at? I feel like there's more than 50 Crypt statue insets at this point. This is why we're going to use code to place all of the statues themselves. I mean, honestly, we could have written code to do this step too, but there's always that weird like trade-off with automation. It's like, how much time do I save by automating this versus doing it manually? And when you can do it fairly manually and like effectively, then I usually go for the manual route up until it's a thing that you need to do over and over, because I only need to do this once. I'm just going to do it like this. But it's only because I only need to do it once. If I needed to do this more than once, I'd probably not have used the approach. Is there 2 of those now? Yes, there is. Oh, man. Where are we? That one's still... Man, we made a lot of these things. We've made a lot of wasted geometry, a lot of wasted objects. Cleaning it up is going to be annoying, but we may as well. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. I just made the same mistake again, but that's fine. I think we made the mistake on the very last one. So we're good. So now all of these can basically get reparented to the walls. Every instance of the scene and not the other object. Hey Dolly, how are you? Good to see you. How you been, Dolly? You been streaming lately? How are how you feeling? How you been? I'm hoping you're not suffering from any headaches and stuff like that. I'm looking forward to catching up with Nacho at some point. I think I get to speak with him sometime soon, and I've been really, really, really excited about some other stuff that has been happening off stream, guys. There's some very exciting off stream stuff that's been going on. Not a lot, just popping in to say hi. I'm pretty tired, so I'm okay. So I'm heading to bed. Okay. It's I'm glad you stopped in, Dolly. I hope you get some good rest, and I hope you feel well. Look, the crypts are coming along pretty damn well. Isn't it looking good? These crypts are coming along, man. They are. We are chugging along. I mean, I missed one, but only one. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. Game's looking great. This will be the first internal environment we do. Your statue's going to be somewhere in here, guys. Somewhere in here is going to be the Dolly statue. Sitting, where is it? Our sock salesman. Where is she? There she is. The Dolly Socks statue. It's going to be somewhere in here. So I'll show you how it's looking, Dolly. Your statue is going to be sitting on one of these. I don't know which one yet, but it's going to look something like this. And then there's going to be a roof on it and stuff. Yo, Zoohair Dev. Good to see you. How are you? Okay, check it out. Now what we can do with this is we can go from our art test. We have our curvy walls. The curved wall, it should be possible to the archway wall. We can put this, because we have this instantiated now, we can put one of these in. We can, in its transform, set it to 0, 0, and then all of this actually should go up to match the position of that. Let's see. We don't want that in orthogonal for now. Let's do that in perspective. Is that going to be about where it is? No, it's going to be lower, and that other one has to go lower. So this red line denotes the ground height. There it is, about there. Yep. Now this can come down. And very quickly, we're about to see, if I push this back... Where's our archway, actually? Yeah, what happened to our archway in this scene? Alright, we can fix that. There's an actual arch, though. Like, not that, like, crappy archway. What's the name of the playlist? Zuhair Dev. This is a playlist created by the very talented Bella, who is, you know, if you stick around for the stream, you might actually meet her. This is one of her 3 coding soundtracks that she's made. In part, I don't want to be immodest, but she did say it was inspired by the stream, so I feel like I can flex that and say, you know, the reason it's vibing so well is specifically for that. Yo, 10 stream streak. Bella is a god, 100%. A god among mere mortals with her musical talent. Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more, Dolly. So that can go here. I think we need to... I don't want to stretch it on the y-axis too much. But that's going to go a little left like that. Why do I feel like the archway is stretched now in a way that it wasn't before? I don't know. I'm not so sure. Let's actually look. That'll do. Okay. Back into the crypts. Now, all of these have got to go down, but we're starting to look a whole lot more like a damn wall, aren't we? So that needs to be reparented here. 2 walls. Now, all of these need to be moved down. So they just touch the floor. And now it's going to start looking a lot like an actual wall. All right. Have a look, guys. Have a look. Good night, Dolly. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you're feeling well. I'm sorry you feel the need to go to sleep. I'm sure you're just very, very tired. Big day and all that. That one, that Z fighting right there, annoying me. That's annoying. So let's fix that. Where is it? Why is it only happening there? Yo, giant star jumps with we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that emote again soon, guys. I'm gonna be back in Brisbane before we know it, very soon. In the office where the lights turn off if you don't do star jumps every so often. All right, hold on. Where is that? What was I looking at? I hope you get some good rest. Yeah, totally. As do we all. Thank you for those kind words too, Kmart. Okay, it's the end of that hall. This one. Yeah, that looks so obviously bad. Annoyingly, that means a lot need to move. Probably all of the following ones. Except for the ground. It's tempting actually to put like the inheritance hierarchy here. So like the further in you get, if you want to move one from like way up at the start of it, that you can do it and it doesn't create an issue for everything else. Because right now, I need to go and make sure that we don't have any of these cobblestones. But other than that, I should be able to move it across just a tad to fix up that arrow in one of the earlier ones. About there. Do I need to rerun it? Surely not. That's running the wrong scene. I hit F5 instead of F6. Am I moving back to Brisbane full-time? No, Milky. I'm just going there to check on my business. I have a software development studio that's up there called Actuator Digital. And you know what? That Z fighting is actually going to hella annoy me. I thought it wouldn't, but now that I'm in game and I see it, it definitely is. So we need to tweak that. Oh, damn, he's successful. Look, don't call me successful too soon. I put everything, my life savings into that to make a game on point. And it has not panned out well. We learnt a lot. We learnt a lot, though. We learned a lot, but that's the game that my studio made most recently, and I invested a huge amount into it. And, you know, it's unlikely it will see a return. Let's say it like that. To be gentle about it, but so success is relative. All right, there's still some Z fighting on the overlap, but I might need to actually change the bricks and the geometry, and so I'm not going to spend too much time more on it. I think. Okay. I need to give it a little bit more width just so we don't, like, these gaps don't appear. I don't want to see through. I don't want to see through into the world around it. But like, all right, hold on. This might not look so bad in the outside world. The other thing we can do here, if we really want to just like be quick and dirty about enclosing this, all these cobblestones should be on the ground. So to just let us, like, give us a sense of what the heck this looks like. Stone wall also probably, if I reparent this, it can go with the walls. Because stone wall is a wall. And just to see how this feels. Okay, ready for Crypt? Yeah, VR game, exactly. All right, that definitely feels wrong with the coloring. But in terms of the size of the space, that doesn't feel too bad. Honestly, not too bad. Let's go have a look at the statue again. So this means we can have quite tall statues, but not particularly wide statues in our crypts. Oh my god, it already feels like an infinite, like an infinite labyrinth. It just keeps on going. It just keeps going, guys. All right, the other thing that we can do to make this feel a little less infinite, maybe the infinite feeling is good, because it does just go on and on and on. So those corner pieces can be flat walls, and I think I ought to do that. And I think just to like aid development and keep it moving, like the roof definitely needs a change. But these corner pieces, let's see if we can swap those for the walls. So we also need to bridge the top of the wall here. So stone wall, this needs the same archway as, so the stone archway needs to go inside of the stone wall. So stone archway wall needs to go there. Did that actually paste? Stone wall. These should go there. That should be the archway. Okay. Save that too. Go back to our crypts. I think this also gives us an easy way to get the height right. Now the height's going to match between... Excellent. And also like that. There we go. Now our positioning is just better. Okay. This can instantiate the child. This is going to be wall, stone wall, Did that do it? Yeah, it must have. So that can then, we'll do that here as well. Stone wall. So on those corners, just to like make it less awkward. Actually, you know what? We don't need it on both. We could do it on one. Should I do it on both or one? I think we'll do it on both. Like that. And then here too. Fill them in with walls. So each of those stone walls can then... Is that all of them? There's got to be more, right? Yeah, that one and that one. Those can go to walls. And that means that goes... Oops, wrong one. That goes. Oh, that didn't get reparented. Hold on. Reparent. There should be a shortcut for that. That's such a handy, there it is. Reparent. That's such a handy thing. The, that command, I really feel like it would benefit from having a shortcut. Statue insert can go. Though it looks like these could go back a few little if they're in the exact same spot, like moving this back a tiny bit might actually be nice with the yeah, so here we go. This whole thing can get deleted before it hangs around and gets accidentally used. It should be like unneeded anymore in crypts. Do we have any big glaring gaps now? No, good. Good. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize anyone mentioned Z fighting. Yeah, like there's definitely a Z fighting potential issue here, but that's how you know he absolutely will succeed. To go all in on a goal, not see results you hoped, and start all over again with new lessons in tow. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kmart. And a great community to go. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Kmart. I think this next time around, we've got a better shot. We've got a much, much better shot. Exactly for those reasons. It's not how many times you get knocked down, but how many times you get up again. That's the ultimate determinant. It's like, that's ultimately what determines if a person succeeds or not. And that's like it's a hard lesson because it's a difficult thing to deal with when you're in the middle of it. In life, it feels like when you're knocked down, you know, it's easier to stay down than to get back up. But you're absolutely right. Okay, where's the archway? The archway wall, that needs to shift. Oh, it feels so awkward to shift that back further. But it makes sense, actually. In the crypts. That didn't update at all, it feels like. Stone wall, yep. Open him up. Should go that way, right? Yeah, perfect. All right, let's give her a walkthrough. I've got the song stuck in my head now. Thanks, Seb. Yo, Ez. You know, I get knocked down. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, Ez. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, the crypts are coming together. Maybe the corners actually just look good like that. Maybe these corners should get the flat wall treatment too. Chumbawamba, baby. Yep. Good to see you again, Ez. Good to see you back in here, man. I love that you're tuning in to see the stream. I really do appreciate the support that you and Matt are giving. These guys are my like oldest childhood friends, guys. So having them tune into the stream lately has been a real has been making me happy. It's been making me very happy. Yo, look at this, guys. Notice that because there's symmetry in the wall, the back wall is actually starting to protrude through, but because it's symmetrical, it actually looks kind of perfect. You can't actually really tell that it's like the wall is there's this overlap. I'll see if I can try and no, we can't really see it, but you see what I mean. Like, it doesn't even matter. I don't even care. I'm not even upset. I'm impressed. It's good to see you on a roll. Yeah, thank you, Ez. Thank you. I mean, Ez actually is like, he's witnessed firsthand the stress that, getting knocked down caused. It's like, he was actually he was a big support. He was a huge form of support through that, like, even like, you get financial stress, you've got all kinds of other stresses that, like, guys, I went through some really rough shit with that project. Just like the people you thought that would support you just did the opposite. And then some people, like you get to learn who your real friends are. Let's put it like that. Okay, these corner segments, let's give them a bit of a swippy swap. That one and that one. The other thing I feel like I'm going to want to do is with this, I'm going to want to create some like grand area to receive, like, when people first go in here. Seb, you seem to have a gap between two floor segments. Yeah, I know. I saw it earlier, but I was like, whatever. I got bigger fish to fry, but you're right. We'll fix it. It doesn't take long to fix. I find if I get too distracted, I can be pretty distractible. I'm sure chat will attest to that. But if I let myself get distracted, I'll spend all my time fixing little issues instead of the big ones. And it's better to fix the big ones and then circle back to the little ones. Has been my experience anyway. Whoopsie daisy. So these both reparent to walls, and then you go and you go, leaving us with walls on the corner. I think that'll be a nicer look. That one and this one. These can reparent here. And then that, oh, whoops. Again, I didn't, hold on. That can go there. Now we can delete him safely and him. Excellent. Stepping into your own always shows who the real ones. Yeah, for sure, Milky, for sure. It's yeah, for sure. Sorry, OCD kicked in. No, you're totally right to point it out. It's it's not a good look to have that gap. And it can be very easy to let the opposite happen, right? Where the mistake doesn't get fixed for like way too long. So, there's some merits to like fixing it when you see it. Okay, did that work? Yes. That one and that one can reparent to the walls. That means that can go. That can go. And I think this will just like feel nicer. I think it will feel nicer as we play it. Let's confirm before we go too far, because if I change my mind, I can Control Z it right now. All right, here we are. Yep, that looks like a good wall. It looks like it belongs. Oh, we do need a pillar in that corner, though. I don't like that we can't see that pillar. Well, maybe let's not fuck with it right now. It's not too bad. Let's do this corner too, because I do actually like it. So there we go. There and here. All right, there we are. These two reparent to walls, and then delete the domes. I thought I did that. Hold on. I want a shortcut for that one. It's so handy. It's so handy. There's nothing like that in Unity. Nothing like instantiate a child of the selected object with the world transforms in place. That's kind of hella handy. And I want it. And I didn't do it that time. Reparent walls. I think I will miss that feature in Unity. I'll miss the snap to vertex from Unity, but I'll miss that if I go back to Unity. I'll miss that from Godot. All right, F6. And then the last thing we need to do is get the ceiling working, and then we can start on the stairs. Already, you know what we could actually start to do? We could... No, let's not skip ahead. Let's not skip ahead. I really want to put the statues in, and I want to put some candles in. Candles and statues are going to be so sick for this. It's going to be a really nice upgrade to it. And I need to plug those holes in the ground because they are ugly. And that's really going to upgrade the world as well. I've been working with QA for too long. Greybeard, are you in software or game development? That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense if you were. I know you mentioned it earlier, but the floor tile has been triggering me for like 2 weeks. We can fix that today too, Goldie. How about that? I'll finish off the ceilings, get the statues in place, change these plaques because I don't really like the plaques as they are. I think they need to like be more stone, like more a part of the actual statue itself. And then software development. All right, nice, man. Yeah, I mean, you and I are cut from the same cloth then, man. That's I know what I'm doing now isn't very software-y, but like you can kind of tell from my Twitch name that my thing has been code more than anything else. Code is how do you make the 3D models and animation? We did it with Blender. Blender mostly. We used Mixamo for some of the animations. We used AccuRig for the rigging. We used some AI generation for the different models. And yeah, it's like lots of different tools in the process. But stick around, Zoohead Dev. You'll see them all if you stick around long enough. I'm really only just getting started with this project. There's a lot more to do, so you'll see it all if you hang around. Okay. So here's a walkway down. Very interesting. How do we do this? So, remove all of the walls and pillars and archways from this. It will be a challenge to represent this as 3D modeling reference since it's a concave shape, but attempt to do so. The image we generate needs to be used to instruct a 3D artist for how to create it. Since it's symmetrical, only generate the stairway sliced down the middle, so that a symmetry modifier can be used in Blender and the whole thing can be created from your reference. Okay. I'm not a coder, mainly an analyst. Nice. Product owner and Scrum Master stuff. Yeah, dude, I made a whole tool suite for managing my company's like operations and their tasks and the planning and the sprints and the estimates and the backlog and the burn down. And I'm very running my company. I have been really locked into doing that kind of stuff as well. So I've been on every part of the software development process. So I see the value of your role, man. A good project manager and product owner can make all the difference in the world. Especially as the software team gets bigger. So big props and huge respect there, Greybeard. Huge respect for you and your role. I'm lucky, a large company. Yeah. So we're using Atlassian. I wouldn't describe somebody who's using Jira as necessarily lucky. There's I think I'm lucky that I get to build my own solution. But it's, you know, I guess it's all perspective. I guess it's all perspective. All right, we need to let it have another shot at this. Uh, Created from reference. Generate the reference in a profile view, seeing it sliced in half with some perspective so that people making the model can get a sense of its full shape. But Xmas should do a snowy update. Katie, did you see the stream where we accidentally changed the grass for snow and it looked like snow? And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so easy to make a snowy update. We're going to do it next Christmas, but we've got a whole year. We got a whole year now. Milky, we're starting to get some 9-month stream babies. So I've been doing this 9 months, but for about the first 2 months, I had a stream, and then I didn't stream for like 2 months. And then in the middle of it, I got really busy with my work, and I went away and didn't stream for another like month and a half, or maybe like a month. So we total of 9 months, but for 3 of those, I wasn't involved in the process. This is really weird. We're getting some MC Escher shit right here. I'm asking it to do something too complicated. It's not doing well. So it's like 9, you know, let's call it like a good 6 or 7 months of really active streaming. That's probably a good answer to the question, Milky. But you can go check it out on like, what is it? There's you can go to like Twitch Tracker and look at stats for any streamer right there. I think that's kind of a handy place to get that type of thing. But yeah. Okay, as long as you choose the right add-ons, you're good. Yeah, I've done a lot of Jira stuff. I still feel like it can be like too flexible in the wrong ways sometimes, and then not flexible enough in other ways. It's hard. It's hard to say. Okay, this is not really working. Ensure that it's created in a way that it can be used as 3D modeling reference. Let's go back a step and see what we're able to do from that. I might even wind back further and be like, nope. I don't want the archway in it. I don't want any of that. I just want 3D modeling reference for the stairway down. We might like, if it fails next, we're going to have a shot from here. I mean, where do we actually go? That was the podium. We lost where we were. Okay, hold on. We have totally lost what we were doing. I think we're on that thread. This one is getting quite deep and complicated, isn't it? Were we skipping some of this stuff? Okay, now we're getting there. That might actually work. I could see this working. Just with our walls, if we're careful with the way we assemble our walls. So let's try that. Let's try that. So I think, yeah, what do we actually want? If we could generate some stairs like this, we could probably get a lot done from there. But yeah, not 100% on how that's gonna work or come out. But we will see. We are going to see, won't we? What else do we actually need to do here? We need the ceiling. So, um, okay, this is going to have a. I would like a 3D model of just the ceiling in perspective. The ceiling will be flat, but it should be the right kind of rock for a ceiling. For a ceiling. Let's see what we get there. I get you, but that's the same with mostly all tools, unless you build your own tailored specific to your needs. And we want to focus on our core development, not wasting time on coding support tools. Yeah, shit, Greybeard. I fell into that trap. The I can do it better. I can do it better trap. And I did exactly that. I spent a god awful amount of time building the project management tools instead of just using project management tools to manage the company. And it's really great now that it's done. But it did take an awfully long amount of time. It really did. Okay, so I think we want that skirting. That's nice. Remove the lanterns from the skirting. You don't say. Yep. I found his account before he even went live for the first time. Psych. Yeah, no wonder you've got that. You've got that incredible watch streak. It's like, yeah, well done, man. He was sneaky and fast a stream once I recognized the name from the suggestion that was made. I saw the profile picture and that was all the confirmation I needed. Very sneaky, guys. Very well played. Very well played. In some cases, it's better to adjust your processes to the tools than the other way around. That's very, very true. That's very, very true. Remove all of the skirting and just render the roof. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it with just the skirting. Sneaky indeed. No, like Greybeard, I hear you. You're absolutely right. You're kind of showing your experience as well. You're showing your level of experience. I'm sure you're a really great product manager. I mean, I did the whole Scrum Master thing, and like honestly, for a small team, we kind of adapt a lot of what we do. We pick and choose the parts of Agile and Scrum that suit us, and that enables us to move the most quickly. And it's like, the fitting the tools to the things that we want to do has been a really long-term useful thing to do. It's like I really like the way that has panned out, but you never know. You never really know until you actually go and try all the different tools. As a software development agency that works, that does work for hire, we had the advantage of being able to find ourselves inside of a huge array of different software development teams and getting to try all of their processes, which has been amazing because you get this like smorgasbord, this buffet of different software development processes that you can be like, oh, we really like that about this one and we really didn't like that about this one. So what fits our team? And we got to try them all as being embedded members of larger software development teams, and then stick with keep the stuff that worked and discard the stuff that didn't. So all of the roof, and generate the skirting just for one wall. Okay. That skirting is going to come in handy if we can generate that on its own. So I think we're going to do that. And then this logo piece approach to development, I think is going to be, it's going to be nice. Yeah, it's cool, right, Vim? It's cool. I'm glad that we're getting to know Greybeard a little. We're not doing much project management in this project, especially since we're just like one man trying to move quick. So it's a very different, very different approach now. But I think if I decide, what am I trying to say? When the project moves forward in a more formal capacity, I'll definitely be starting to do more of that planning type stuff. Man, that skirting's a little more sophisticated than I was expecting. It could work. It could work. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Yeah, we can work with it. I think all of this stuff will be really cool. Having the Lego pieces to build like that going up there, having the Lego pieces to build the entire crypt is going to be quite useful. I mean, we could have done this in Blender, but I think doing it directly in Godot, in Engine, is going to be a good approach. This walkway is probably too narrow. Yeah, we got to extend it. We got to extend it. Where is it? It's too small. It's too small, which means... Oh, it means everything has to shift across. Everything to the right of that line actually needs to go up. So I'm gonna go here. Where's the actual tiny walkway? There it is. All of these things. Everything there. That might be one way to do it. About there, right? What's the width of one of these things is the real question. We're going to have to select one of them again once this is done, but for now... Yeah, we moved it too far. I knew that we had. But that's okay. About there. Okay. Let's go here. Does that look okay? Yes. All right. Here's where we're trying to match. Whoa, wrong axes. We want the green square. And we want to be getting that about there. It's annoying that we don't have another pillar to use as a reference anchor. But I think that's probably about right. Now we should be safe to like copy this, paste there, go there, and does this look okay? That looks pretty damn close. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Excellent. I've always tried to apply a less is better approach. Only use the agile parts that actually make sense to you. Yeah. Because if you follow like if you go get your Scrum Master degree and then you come in heavy-handed trying to like control every little bit of the development team's processes, I've seen teams that spend more time like grooming their backlogs and writing their acceptance criteria than writing code. And that can be really detrimental too if it's applied too liberally. But, and then you get like, Actuator comes in and we look like superstars because we come in and just like get things done really fast. And then, eventually we get bogged down doing our own acceptance criteria and our own processes, like, following the team's processes, and often our recommendations is like, hey, look, here's where it's becoming cumbersome, and here's where it's really valuable. But it's all opinion at the end of the day. But sometimes a fresh set of eyes can really make a difference. Okay, this now no longer feels quite so cramped, and it now makes sense to put our. It now makes sense to put our. So let's see. Let's go back to our top view. Select all of that. And then we can just get our cobblestones. I think these are the cobblestones we want. Shift those back in place. That might do the trick now. Hopefully we don't have any overlaps and the gap isn't too big. It's slightly too big. One pixel, there we go. It's probably all we needed. What else am I selecting? The character swapper, that's fine. I don't mind if that moves. Because Dev recently turned down her audio on stream. Her 100% is about equal to you at 25%. Her 100% is equal to me at about 25%. Yeah, okay. Are you saying I'm much louder than Dev? Am I way louder than Dev? You can't possibly be saying that, Milky. Is you at 25%? There's no way, Milky, that I'm louder than Dev. Seriously? Oh my God, I have to shut up. I have to keep my volume down. I'm going to put myself on like quiet headphone mode immediately to avoid going loud. Do you really mean that, Milky, that I'm louder than Dev by that much? That I'm 4 times louder than Dev? At points, yeah, god damn. Right now, yeah, but only because she's nerfed her own audio. All right. Am I too loud? Do I need to turn it down, guys? Goldie, do I need to turn it down? And are you talking about my speaking volume or just like the way that my scene's volume is configured? Because, right, maybe I just need to... I don't know about these things. What do I know? All right. Crypt's coming together. We need those corner pieces. Okay, not too bad. I mean, we can adjust it all right now. It can all go down. I thought your volume and music balance is perfect, and I'm extremely picky and critical of others' audios. Okay, Kmart. That's good feedback. Good to know. Because we don't always get it right here. We try, but we don't always get it right. Child scene, stone wall. These both reparent to walls. You suddenly made me so super conscious there, guys. I was just like, oh my God, I'm way too loud. I need to shut up. I thought it was like my speech volume, my talking volume. I thought that was the problem for a moment. I was like, oh my God, I have to be quiet because I don't want to wake the whole damn house. I feel so like lucky to be here in this house with them. I don't want to be so loud that I cause anyone any kind of issues. So I'm very conscious of my volume, especially because Fast is not afraid to tell me I'm being loud, So sometimes I think I'll be thinking I'm louder than I actually am. Seb has Big Kev energy. Big Kev, wasn't that like the fat guy that sold carpets or something? I can't remember exactly. But I don't know if I want to have Big Kev energy. That's not a good kind of energy to have. That's in reference to your speaking and settings. Okay, good. Good, Kmart, good. Dev's only complaint was when she was sleeping and you got excited and woke her. No, she says the house has very thin walls. God damn it. I hope I didn't do that. I try really hard not to, Goldie. It's hard not to get excited sometimes. I'm also not shy about letting someone know politely and respectfully, but if they're not able to address it after 3 attempts, I will slowly stop returning. Right, yeah. His catchphrase was, I'm excited. I am excited. I am excitable. That's very Big Kev of me. for sure. In that sense, I'm definitely the reincarnation of Big Kev. We do things here that get that. Yeah, I'm not afraid to admit I can be very excited by the things that we get done, but it might be worth taping a bunch of pillows to the door wall, since Dev did mention you are audible when you're especially excited. Shit. All right. All right, guys. I will figure something out. I don't know what to do about that. When did she mention this? When did she mention this? Have I addressed the problem since that time? Or is it an ongoing problem is my real concern? And please don't say ongoing problem, because I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably just cry then. Okay, what could we do here? We need the ceiling. I think a ceiling is going to be priority. And then we can start to address the positioning of statues. And then we're going to fix the holes in this floor, because I don't like it. Straight up, just don't like it. Just buy some baffle panels. Yep. Fair. I've even got some I've got some up in Queensland, and I'm considering driving my car down after the next visit. So maybe I'll stick all of that in the back of the car and take that with me. Not a bad plan, because I'm still not in spend mode. Still very much not in spend mode if I can avoid it. Okay, this has 2 or 3 days ago when we were looking to have her test the game, if I remember correctly. Crap. Fairly recently then. But she may be referring to an event in the past. I'm looking for every excuse to exonerate myself, but it's probably not going to happen. I probably do need to figure things out. But we'll get there. Soundproofing might be a really good idea. I was also partly joking about the pillows. The panels are obviously much more practical. Yeah, I have some from our old office. The old actuator office used to have one. And maybe I'll go with that, right? That could be a thing to do. Okay. Let's see if we can get these stone stairs right. Crypt, stone stairs, create new folder. Stone stairs. Here we go. How are the monsters coming along? Ember After Dark, good to see you again. Hold on, have we met before? Last time I saw some of the animations were a bit scuffed. They're still a bit scuffed, unless you were here at the very start of the process, Ember. And actually, I might remember you being here toward the beginning, though I don't know why, because it's saying first message here, unless you've swapped accounts. But I'll give you a quick rundown. Where's our main scene? I'll give you a quick tour of the monsters. Here we go. Let's give this a run, and I'll show you the monsters. I lurk. Okay, all right. Same account, just lurking most of the time. Fair enough. All right, we've got our werewolf. We've got our Cyclops, who still needs his mouth done. But, you know, I don't know if the animations, they are still quite scuffed. I have to fix the jump, and I have to fix a lot of the other movements. We've got our mummy, who needs some weight painting done to his shoulders and the side of his head. We have... this one needs a lot of animation work done. This one's completely balked. The arms, the shoulders are so wide that the arms are just weird. So we need to fix that up. We have our witch, who's actually pretty good, despite how difficult her hair was to get going. We've got the Vamps fee. This one's going to get changed for another character. She doesn't look right. The proportions are wrong. We've got our Snow Yeti. I think he's animating quite well, though. I've decided I want to get rid of his tail, and I have to fix his face a little bit. The Witchy! That's right. I didn't know you streamed since the last one. Don't tell me. Lemon, how are you? Good to see you. I don't think you missed anything. I don't think you missed any streams, Lemon. And then we've got the normal characters. We still need to do some corrections there. The shoulders, all of the shoulders still need a little bit of work because they're a bit awkward. The rotations are off. This guy, I actually like the quirkiness of his animation. His animation is weird, but I kind of like it. He's got this weird like bobblehead thing going on that makes him look especially birdy. And so it's a mistake, but I like it. It's a feature, not a bug. And then we've got just, this guy I think is doing pretty well. This guy, we need to blend the chest and the head controls a little better. She's got a little bit of shoulders influencing hair. But yeah, I think that kind of, summarizes it as a review of all the characters in there so far. So yeah, you've definitely made it incredibly addictive to watch, and fortunately has been pretty consistent. Yeah, I have to really keep the consistency. It's going to be a challenge once I start traveling, guys. When I start traveling, when it's going to be especially hard to stay consistent with my streaming. Yeah, because since the company kicked back off, that's taken a lot of my time, and it's going to take even more time. When I'm traveling, that'll be really hard. It has a snap bobble almost. Yeah, right, Kmart. I think Pestly's little like head wobble is it's cool. It's a good vibe. Okay, where were we? Did we finish our import on? So there's our statues. We've got our. This will be useful, if anything, just because we're learning to do an internal environment, which is one thing we haven't done yet. Stone stairs. Here we are. We wanted this in our art test to begin with. Stone stairs. Not the folder, silly. Okay. Import settings. About twice that. I gotta hope they're not too sharp, like not too steep, but also they have to be quite steep. Steep enough to walk down is gonna be the real challenge. I should figure the colliders out while I do this, like at the same time, basically. If I like how this is rendering. And I don't think it's even like an issue with the texture. It's just an issue with the color that maybe we can address, but maybe we don't need to. Let's see it in situ first. So, stone stairs. Already that looks better for whatever reason. It might be the scene lighting. 0, 0, 0. Let's bring it up to ground level. About there. Excellent. Save that. Okay. Art tests. Nice. Okay. In our scene. Oh no, this isn't technically part of the walls. I think it's not walls or ground. These need to go into walls. We're also going to have to introduce a statue section. So let's do that just right now. Node 3D, statues. And we're going to make an editor script that actually manages a lot of this. Okay. IK. I just said I have to save my streak. Right, Lemon. Okay. Yeah. I've been here every time I've seen. Yeah, nice. Okay, you saw it all, Lemon. Good. How fluid do all the characters feel to move so far? The movement feels really good, Kmart. The jumping doesn't feel good. I always get this visceral mirror neuron sort of sense that they feel somewhat stuck or constrained in their walking because of their head first, arms back, Naruto-like gait. They feel good. They feel quite fluent to move. It's the jumping that that doesn't feel good. They actually feel really, really responsive, which is good, but a little bit fluid at the same time, which is what I was going for. And we're getting that through using root motion. We're using root motion, and the root motion actually works quite well. So far, pretty good, pretty good. That's more projection than actually. No, to some extent, you're right. The thing that feels most awkward right now is the jumping. I need to fix the jumping up a lot, and I need to fix the collision. So the collision, even like the smallest little, it might be like that high, a step that high. If you run against it, you get caught. So I need to fix the transition, the height transitions, and I need to fix the jumping, so that you can jump like. At the moment, the animation has too much like lead time in the jump. So yeah, I need to fix that so that when you jump, it immediately jumps, and then the animation lags behind it. I've just got the wrong animations in it for that. And then otherwise, it does feel really good. Yeah. But I need more opinions. So far, I've only had Fasfi, myself, really only... Fasfi can be quite critical, and Dev also. I think Dev might have already given it a shot. So those three kind of like it. No, Hanspla, I'm not planning to do any mantling. So mantling, guys, is where you jump across the surface and like lift yourself up onto it. I'm not planning to do any of that, but I want the space bar to immediately cause the character to jump, which is what my character is actually doing. But then it's not using the momentum of the character to lead into the jump in the way that I want. And it's also not carrying the momentum of the character into the landing in the way that I want. Any character is likely to have a double jump. I might do for instance, the werewolf, his jump is going to be like, he'll be able to jump from the ground to the roof of a building. He's going to have like a huge jump. And I think I want to have it like, if you hold space, that he charges up his jump and then jumps really large. And so I want him to almost like, as you hold jump, I want him to get lower to the ground and then leap off the ground. So there will be things like that. There might even be a character with a double jump at some point, but I don't know exactly which one that would be yet. But yeah, we've got a long way to go before we actually start doing specific characters. I think I really want to get the environment and get the basic gameplay going before I start creating like variants in character controllers for different characters. Flame Archer, good to see you, man. Good night. You're heading off. Thanks for lurking. I really appreciate that, man. Those lurks make all the difference. Pestily seems a bit of a candidate if there's one, since he's bird-like. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, Kmart. But he is also supposed to be a villager. And so I want the custom movement to be for the monsters. I want monsters to move differently and all the villagers to be similarly disadvantaged in terms of their movement. I want the monsters to feel like they have way more mobility than the villagers. So the plan right now is to keep the villagers consistent with their movement and consistently disadvantaged compared to the monsters. But maybe we can make some exceptions for some like special types of villagers. Okay, stairs down. That's what we were doing. Where are they? Stone stairs. Oh god, it's nowhere near steep enough. We might have to. Ember After Dark. Yo, I didn't even realize you weren't following, man. I'm glad you found the stream twice, despite not being a follower. That's amazing, actually. It's kind of rare that you get that. What we might have to do, guys, if I look at this... thank you for hitting that follow button today, though. I really appreciate that, man. I really, really appreciate it. It means the world to me. It really does. Let's turn all of these into walls. Let's widen this walkway. Or maybe we narrow the stairs. We could narrow the stairway. Yeah, we'll do that. We're going to narrow the stairway so that there's a narrow walkway down. You know what? No. I want it to kind of feel grand as you come down here. But the entrance needs to be kind of small, maybe. I don't know. I'm in two minds about this, guys. Should it be big stairs or little stairs? I think little stairs now that I've had a minute to think about it. So that means these go across to here. You get duplicated. And hold on. pasted there. It's going to be very cramped. How narrow do we make this walkway? This is where we're going to literally get caught between a rock and a hard place. Between some stone architecture and a hard place. We could make the walkway really narrow like that. And then replace it with just walls. What do we think? What are we thinking? Wider or more narrow? Maybe I keep it somewhere in between. Somewhere in between like this might be the way. And then we can like make an exception to our X scaling. Or our Z scaling. It's going to look really awkward with those pillars, but we'll do it. IK is I know. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry I missed that. Cool. That's good. Also, I kind of figured. Yeah. Mantling, you mean? The animation. Okay, hold on. I've gone back too far in chat. The wedding couple should have a half jump dragging each other down. If anything, when we're talking about Fruity and Marcus, those guys definitely lift one another up. But I see what you're saying, Sponge. I see what you're saying. It would be interesting. Okay, I actually think this is going to go wider. Let's make this wider instead of more narrow. So we're going to scale that out this way instead. I think we could probably get away with this. A little more still. God, I want that vert snap. There it is. Even more. I don't like it. It's a lot of stretching. Or do I stretch the stairway? Probably not. Let's see. This has to go. Oh, God, Goldie. I think I might do what you said. Get the vert snapping library in. All right. Let's go look it up. Vert snapping Godot. I need it. It's just wasting too much time. It's called Snappy. All right. Good name. Good name from that author. Okay. And then in our stairs, we're going to create a new, this is a static body 3D. We're going to create a mesh instance 3D. We're going to make the mesh a box mesh, scale it up. Hold on, it's not a mesh instance. This is going to be a collider 3D. Collision shape 3D, there it is. Collision shape 3D. This is going to be a box. And then we're going to set its width to a bit longer than it needs to be that way. Because we're actually going to rotate this. The other thing is all of our walls in the crypt still don't have any colliders. But that'll be easier. I think we're going to go with some really, really blocky walls for that. So for this one, Not quite 45. I'm going to set that like halfway in the stairs. Okay, and then we're going to copy and paste that. We're going to do the same, but we're going to bring the side way in. Oh, I hate how it does this. If I copy and paste that, can I do like make unique or some kind of like, I want to make this, how do I do it? There's some way to make this thing its own instance, because right now, if I manipulate this, it's going to manipulate both objects, which I totally don't want. Also, there's some weird rotation on that. If any Godot professionals know how to do this, good morning, Fook. How are you doing? I'm on a 1 hour drive to work. Jeez, man. I used to catch the train, and it took about that long to get to work, and that was exhausting. But I feel you, dude. All right, we're gonna have to do this this way. Shape, box. I think I need to just like copy the transform rotations. Mostly the rotations are going to be what's useful. Paste those here, paste value, and then I also want to copy the transform scales. Oh no, it's not really the scales, is it? It's more the anchors. Anyway, that comes in here. It goes there. A little less like this. We need to do the same damn thing. I'm really irritated by the fact that you have to do this. That if I should be able to copy and paste this thing without worry about manipulating its size and there being some issue. I guess I can do it like this, but... All right, we're gonna have to see if that works okay. See how I did something weird now with this? And if I adjust that, it's gonna do something weird with this one. I don't like that. I do not like it. I don't understand it, which I don't like things I don't understand like that. I mean, that'll do. Okay. Let's move. Let's move our character swapper across. All right, here we go. We really need to affect the character controller's ability to... He's going to slide so fast. Should be able to walk uphill much quicker than this. All right. Next thing we need is walls on either side. We need to move God of War out of here. Okay. Where is he? God of War, he'll be under statues. Sorry, it's Warmonger, isn't it? Rotation can be 90. Negative 90, I should say. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Starting to get there with it, guys. Starting to get there. Just beginning. One thing I had not considered. What do the stairs look like from beneath? That actually would have been ideal. What we're going to have to do is this weird I don't really like this trick, but we can do it. Nah, we'll do it with walls. We'll do it with walls. I was going to flip the stairs and put the stairs on the roof, but we're just going to put a slanted ceiling. We'll need to use ceilings, but I think the walls are going to be wide enough to fit the ceiling properly. Okay. Getting there, guys. Getting there with the crypts. This is going to look so sick when we start to get candles and stuff in. It's going to be very cool. All right. But before all that, this gets replaced with a wall. Same thing here, reparent up there. That goes this as well. Reparent this. This one also. What just happened? Something weird just happened. Maybe nothing weird just happened. I don't know. Something seemed off. It selected this object over here, which makes me suspicious. All right, reparent you. You go under. You go under. Walls, yep. And that goes. Same with you. Reparent. If you don't actually select the walls, it doesn't, even though the selection looks right, it doesn't do it properly. Okay, so that's starting to look like something. One giant square with a hole cut out for the stairs. We can cut holes in the terrain, Goldie. So I think at the top we're going to have like a crypt entrance that's going to look quite cool. Leave the holes in the cobblestones for the crypt and have some sort of ethereal growing shining throughout. That's a cool idea, Sponge. I do think I want to just actually fix them though, especially because these cobblestones are going to be everywhere, right? They're also up top, so if I fix them up top, they'll get fixed down here, and we don't want that ethereal glow through the rest of the game. We just want it like right here. But yeah. Hey Sergius, how are you? It does definitely support incremental snapping, Ember, but it doesn't support vertex snapping, which honestly, now that that's done, snappy. There we go. How to use, select an object, press V. Yeah, please. Please add this. And just to be sure, I'm going to restart the engine. Should I try it and see if it just works? Where's somewhere I would actually need it? See if I copy you, paste you, move you across, selected the vertex. Where is it there? Okay. That vertex goes to here. So now I think I'm going to have to restart the editor. Okay. Close. Let's bring it back up. Yo, 5-stream streak, Ricardo. Thank you, dude. Thank you for locking in and being here for 5 streams in a row. That's awesome. That's really awesome. We're kind of, we're getting a lot done with these streams, so I appreciate you being here, man. All right, hopefully, if I move it... Whoa, what just happened there? Hold on, the whole crypt is selected. That's probably the issue there. my brain work out what the actual, there it is. Do I need to start moving it and then hit V? Okay, that's not actually working. Snappy. Select the object in the 3D view. Press and hold V to view the origin point. The origin point. Press mouse button and drag to snap to any other object. This doesn't actually explicitly mention vertices, Goldie. This doesn't claim to do the vertice snapping. I think it... Yeah, no... If I hit V, it's not actually doing anything. Let's make sure it's installed. Add-ons, Snappy, yep. Interesting. Snappy.godot. Don't save. What does this thing do? Kind of a short script, which is nice. On selection changed. If the object is a 3D node, I jinxed it. Yeah. Crypt is looking nice. Yeah, it is. The description says Vertex snapping plugin for Godot 4. Am I using the right one? Because that isn't what I'm reading in this Vertex. No, it does. All right, let's look at the code. We'll figure out what's happening. Forward 3D GUI input, camera event, create action, vertex, snap vertex. No, it's definitely talking about snapping vertexes. If the V key is pressed, what is actually, what is this? Let's go to the definition. Key V. Oh, so that's a key code. Weird that the key codes work like that. But okay. If key is pressed, V key. This is like an enum or something weird. I don't recognize. Like this would be a static constant if your naming conventions were like in C#. But okay, if the V key is pressed, project from the position, event.position. I don't know what event is here. Where's event coming from? Okay, forward 3D GUI input. That must be a built-in method. If we're not dragging, then find something. Otherwise, if the origin is not a vector, a constant vector, what does that mean? It's going to look for meshes. I mean, it seems like it would. And then it finds the closest vertices. So it looks like all you need to do is hold on, where's the crypt? I accidentally closed the crypt just now. Crypt. One thing that throws me off is when you're in script mode, it doesn't matter what tab you're in. So I keep thinking I'm in like a script for a specific thing, but it's not like that. So hold on. So in forward 3D GUI input, it's definitely doing all of this only on the condition that the V key is pressed. And it doesn't do it if it's not an else. You should just be able to go in here and, I mean, let's go into the crypt. Go into 3D. Move it, and then maybe you needed to be able to do it on all. No, man, it's not doing it. How do we do this thing? If I hold V and then start to drag, no. If I drag and then, I mean, it needs to be holding V and then clicking, but it doesn't do that. I don't know. Read the caveats. Move, rotate, gizmo can get in the way. The readme said the move/rotate gizmo can get in the way. I mean, it's not in the way at all here. If I hold V and then go to like drag it. Hey, how you doing, Wicked Steel? Good to see you. Hello, Harry. How are you guys? The readme says caveats. The move/rotate gizmo can get in the way. I need snapping on or something? Use snap. If I start to move it and then hit V. I mean, now it's just snapping to the grid. Is there some other kind of... Ooh, I didn't know we could do this. That's handy. That's really handy. We can add... Oh, man, I wish I'd found this sooner. That's really handy. Those dots are some good dots. Okay, stop dots. That's also handy too. Snap object to... Yo, that's sick. We didn't know we could do that. We need to explore things more often. That's handy. Oh, you can translate specific things. Why don't I click around more often? Oh my gosh. To paraphrase Chris Tucker, what are the words that are coming out of your mouth? Hold on. What do you mean, Penny? What did I say? Yo, Darkwood, how you doing? Good to see you again, man. How are you, Noob Coda? I mean, I'm definitely a noob Godoa, that's for sure. Snap to ground is going to be incredibly handy. I can't believe we got everything done without doing that. Now I totally want to just like get everything on the right ground height now that we have some like objective reference for what that is. In fact, let's do it. All of y'all are going to get snapped to ground height. All of the stone walls and everything, all of this can get transform, snap object to ground height. Nice. And now all of the floor, probably that same thing, right? Could not find a solid floor to snap the selection to. Why did that work for everything else but not for this? Oh, I guess what is happening is this is actually getting snapped onto that ground. So that makes a lot of sense. So this is the ground. This is why they're not like lower. All right, that's handy. That's really handy. We know that now. And that also means that there's some issues with the height of these objects. Is there? That looks fine. I mean, this shows there's issues with the height of our pavers. I'm not sure exactly. Interesting. We're learning a bit more about the engine. I'm alive. I slipped on ice at work and now I'm resting because my knee hurts. Dude, that sucks. Other than that, I think I'm okay. I'm sorry to hear that happen, Duckwood. How's the game? Oh, when will it be finished? God, I don't know, Harry. At this point, it was supposed to be something fun that I did with my Christmas break. And the fact that I'm still going with it is mostly because of the enthusiasm that the community showed for the game. I still have to figure out, I have a lot of figuring out to do with what I do, where the project goes. If I were to get undisrupted, like development time, like completely uninterrupted development time, I feel like, yeah, and 3 weeks in, I've been learning a bit more about the engine exactly, and that'll continue for months, honestly. You just keep learning. If you're not learning, you're not doing it right. But there's going to be, I think I need like 3 months just to get to a, even like not even a prototype, not even a vertical slice, maybe something that we could actually start to do user testing with. I think it would be that long before we could even get to that point. And then, I've done this enough times to know how long it takes for these things to actually get done. Despite how much progress it seems like we're making, I just know how long the road is. It's a long road. It's a long, long road. That can get reparented to the walls. Lemon, because I won't let him stop. That's encouraging. That's good that you guys love that what we're doing. But do you still have enthusiasm for the project, Seb? 100%, Penny. I'm incredibly enthusiastic about it. I'm really excited. Especially since your excitement, like the excitement of the community, is contagious to me. It's contagious. I built a game where, like, a lot of people said they thought it was cool, but it didn't actually really convert into sales of a game. And it's because, despite enthusiasm, people couldn't even buy the project. They couldn't buy like they weren't on the platform where the project was available. Where here, I think anybody could get this. If I finish it, absolutely anyone and everyone would be able to get this game. That makes me especially excited. That's very exciting. So there's a lot of excitement for me about this project. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 3 weeks in, yeah, learning about the engine. That's it. Um, Step one, read the instructions. Yeah, that's true. Though I think actually, for me, step one is usually just go in and try to do the thing. Step one is like figure it out. Step two is when you fail, read the instructions. That's the way that I tend to work. I tend to work like that. And I know that's not always the best, and you probably spend more time like solving problems than you would if you had read the instructions. But at the same time, like doing is the best teacher, right? Because you don't know if you read the instructions, if you're wasting time reading things that is not like might not be relevant to you. That's often the case. It really is truly often the case. Okay, hold on. I think we're missing our archway on this model. Let's go have a quick look in the environment. In our crypts. That's weird. In our crypts, we're not missing it. Or maybe we're actually missing it everywhere. Oh my god, I think we are. There's no actual archways here. When did that happen? Sure enough. Oh no, I lie. It's there. It's a good sign that I couldn't tell, because that definitely means that the stone archway is blending in well. Okay, that needs to go a bit there, I think. See how that looks. Ah, okay. I've put that on the wrong side. So stone wall. That's why it appeared different for me. Okay. All right. All right. Endless tweaking must end at some point. let's get this stone wall. Let's see how well this works. If I go like that, I mean, can we even do that? A bit hacky, but it might do the job. Too much Z fighting, I think, for this to really be practical. We might need just the stone wall section. So let's see, stone wall. So that's a whole damn stone wall though. We just want this. Like this might be our saving grace here. And we could probably even stack it the other way. I don't know if this is going to work. I suspect it won't. We might need a different kind of stone wall. I mean, I wonder how much of this will actually be seen. We could do this in a way where this protrudes above the ground, but I don't think that's going to be ideal. Witchy and the Yeti, you will hug. We're gonna have to add like a hugging feature or something, so monsters can hug each other. Also, that the villagers can hug the monsters, and then proceed to get murdered by the monsters. All right, let's see. This might actually work like... Though I have to be careful because I'm making changes now using the raw object. So archways are built into this. I don't want to use this object too flippantly. But it could actually just be good to get the architecture working, right? Transform 0, and then the Y can be 0, and then here we go. Now we're actually starting to build a wall. Trump would be proud. We might flip this 180 around our 180 here. Not 18 degrees, 180. To break the pattern a little, and also to get this like that up the top. I mean, a tall wall like that might actually even make sense to replace these. And then we can actually make the roof and duplicate that so that the roof goes down. Oh my God, let me hug the monsters before they kill me. Could be fun. Could be fun. Hey, Kali Kush, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Trial and error approach, developer behavior. Yep, not wrong, not wrong. Just curious, when did you establish your own studio? And do you currently work with freelancers or a team similar to employees? It's a team mostly. Like sometimes we bring contractors in and out for particular projects, Harry. But for the most part, it's a core team that's been built up over, there's a core team of, there were 5. We had to scale down to 4 after releasing On Point, just because the game hasn't really performed the way that we hoped it would. But yeah, ultimately, we still have a core team of developers that are just there as a permanent fixture. So there's myself and Chris and Dale and Steve, and we will contract to Jose, and then we have some other contractors who will come in and out from time to time. At the moment, that includes like the Deneth and Danny and there's a range of people who come in and out of the team, but we've been doing it for 9 years. So that kind of, to answer your question, yeah. Let me hug the monster. We will look at it, Lemon. We will look at it. Potentially, if we get like character to character animations working quite well, there might even be an ability to like grab one another. I think like I want to put ragdoll in, and if we have ragdoll, it's not too hard to allow people to like grab one another. And with that, I think it could be really easy to do things like hugging. It's just like two people grabbing each other. That's all a hug is. Should have a bear monster then, so they could say, you got killed by hugging a bear. Duckwood, not a bad call. I want to do this one today. If Maddie turns up to stream today, which he said he might, I want to make this character. And the version of it I want to actually make will be way more huggable, if that makes any sense. I want to do like a where the wild things are type of deal for it. I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to be doing it that way yet, Lemony, but that's what I'm aiming at. If I can get the ragdoll and the grabbing, it's oh my god, it's a fur baby. Yes, it is, but it's going to be like, I think it's going to be more like the Gruffalo, if you guys know that, this type of a more like this. So somewhere between this character and this character. I think, yeah, that'll be kind of bear-like, if that makes any sense. This kind of vibe. Where is he? Oh, come on. Where is the damn thing? This is just like the damn book. You never actually see the thing. Chupacabra? What? Oh my god, what is that, Hansbla? Can we make it? I have a question for you about Jackie's stream. Yeah, that's right. That's good. I mean, also, Gray's probably here, Lemon, to unplug and be free from his mod responsibilities for a little while. So, I don't know. Maybe he wants to, but I don't know. Maybe he loves Jackie related questions. I'll let him speak for himself, I suppose. Okay, so what if all right, let's reparent this to walls. This could work quite well if I'm careful about how I do it. That could go like that. So these are, hold on, how did that get here? Stone stairs, stone wall. Reparent that. Reparent that to the walls. Okay. That can go like that. And probably on the other side as well. And I'll get rid of those. I'll get rid of the archways below them. As much as I don't like removing something where we've already figured the position out. Get rid of that. Yeah, I think this is better. I think this is better because then we can just do something similar where one of these objects actually just sits as the roof. There we go. Okay. And then one more of these. Where did our musical journey go? How did we end up here? What the hell? This is not the vibe we started with. Very different. There we go. Okay, how many mods are there? Oh my god, Gray, that's a lot of mods. That's a lot of mods. Yeah, exactly. We're just like one of us here. Harry, you know I made that I made that emote, Harry. I created that dancing sausage. It's very cool when you see your own emotes like randomly in the wild. That's so fun. That's so fun, man. That's awesome. Did you know that, Harry, when you posted it? That's so cool. Okay. Now we have a whole tall stone wall. He's doing the peanut butter jelly time. Look, he's just doing a sausage dance. Um, why did we come up with it? There was Danzy wanted a sausage for some stupid reason, and I was helping her get her channel set up, and she was like, "Okay, we have to have a dancing sausage," so I made that, and now that's what we have. Okay, where is? All right, now we're getting somewhere. And on one hand, I could like. Cool to see you still hanging out here, Ez. I hope you're enjoying the stream, man. I can't wait to catch up next. I really would love some like stream suggestions and stuff. Having some like, trusted friends with a little bit of perspective about me in the like, not that we don't already have huge amount of support from Goldie and stuff, but like, I don't know, it'd be cool to talk about stream with somebody I hang out with IRL. That will be cool. Okay, let's see. This has got to feel walkway-ish. Let's go to local space so we can slide it down. And then move it way up. It's going to actually have to be a quite tall roof. There we go. That should do it. If I get the other roof like components, like the skirting working, that's starting to look pretty okay. Maybe a little further down so that actually works. All right. Let's get our character swapper. Move that up here, or at least across here. And then pretty soon, guys, we're actually going to be able to get the statues going. These can all reparent to walls. You're doing great. It's the same as when you were hanging out at my place working on Hex. Does it feel the same? That's awesome, man. That's a great vibe. That's a great vibe, because I used to do this like at Ezra's place. I would go there to we'd hang out and he'd play computer games, and I'd sit there in his at his place on like the guest desk with my laptop, and I'd do game development, and we'd kind of just be like talking the whole time. I'd be working my stuff out, figuring my problems out. He'd be playing games. If this feels like that, that's awesome, because that means now there's like this huge crowd of people getting the same kind of fun experience. That's a win, man. That's a win. You're a great mod. Katie's not wrong. Katie is absolutely not wrong, Goldie. Look at that emote. What is it? Mod love. Nice. Nice. Do you work with a team of VFX artists and animators, or handle most projects solo? Harry, I mean, I have a team of developers in Brisbane, and we used to have a person who was a dedicated, like a modeler, artist, VFX guy. I actually have a degree in game development with a major in, it started with a major in animation, but it turned into a minor in animation and a major in software tech. So I actually can do a lot of that stuff myself, but at work, it's usually I had to, I was able to find a new position for the artist animator that usually does all that work, just because like after On Point, I don't know, I shouldn't talk about too much stuff, but like we used to have a dedicated person for that role at the company, is the short of it. But now that person's me. Now that person is me. We also work with a company called Model Farm. You guys can check them out. Model Farm. Model Farm are actually great. We've done some work with these guys in the past as well. So where are you, Harry? I can't reply to your message for some silly reason. But yeah, check those guys out. But for the most part, we do them ourselves. And so everyone in the studio is pretty competent with that type of thing. So even though we did have a person dedicated to the role, it's something that everybody at the studio is able to do. And we kind of aim for, ever heard the term T-shaped people? T-shaped people, I think, is a really good term because it describes like, all right, hold on. We'll diagram this quickly. So if I was to draw my stats, right? If I was to draw my stats as a developer, they would look something like this, right? They'd look like this. So imagine this is a chart where we get... So this on the y-axis would be like, you get your little Cartesian coordinates, and then this would be skills. And then this here would be like expertise. What we try to do at Actuator is hire people who look like this, right? And this might be like, now we're looking at, modeling. Maybe that's modeling, and this is like shaders, and then it's like math. For me, this one would probably be code, and then it'd be like AI. What we try and have is like lots of people like this where the skills are complementary. And what they call them T-shaped people, I think, because if you take this and you flip it on its head, it looks like the letter T, right? It's this is terrible because I didn't rotate it right and I put too many bars, but you get the point. If I go, if we do it like this, it's the letter T. So you want to develop your skills like this. So it's a T. So you can do lots of different stuff, but you're really good at one thing. And I think at Actuator, everybody is something like this, is a T-shaped person in terms of their skills and expertise. And so for me, that's like, VFX and stuff like that is part of my base skill set. Yeah. GY emote. You had his cheesecake? What cheesecake? Hold on. Casey, you two are just like two peas in a pod. I love the way you guys bounce off one another. Okay. Oh, Casey, you just cracked your phone screen? That sucks. You know what though, Casey? I would invite you, depending on the value of your phone, I would invite you to try and repair it yourself. It's not as hard as people think it is to go and just like get a new phone screen and use that. It's yeah, that's a vibe. Give it a shot. Let's see. So, So let's start with our skirting, because I think our skirting, or maybe even we start with not our skirting, but our, I think we need some kind of like, if we had a texture here, I feel like people are going to spend so little time actually looking at the roof that it might not make any sense to, a good normal map and a texture might be enough for this. So let's go with, let's bring in some roofing first. So we'll go stone roof. We're going to create a new folder, stone roof. And in here, stone roof, we should be able to pull all of this in and have a shot at getting the roofing done. Yeah, Casey, go look up the cost of a screen repair kit for your model phone, and it might only be like, you know, 50, 60 bucks. And, you know, all you need is like a hair dryer, and, you know, you heat it up and they get a little suction thing, and you can like remove the old one and then like attach the new one. It's not, it like, look it up on YouTube before you do it, but might be very doable. And if not, like, maybe repair it might be a way. I'm so sorry it got cracked. That really sucks though. It's not as bad as my chair. What happened to your chair? You can DM me, just don't do it with all the mods. It's a good plan. It's a good plan. I think bothering the mods is never a good policy. Harry, impressive. You're talking about the T-shaped people thing? It's, yeah. I've done it before with my old phone. I'm getting the stuff tomorrow again. Oh, okay. And that's another one I made, the Danzy emote. You're using all the Danzy emote that I made. See, it even says, look, made by base code. Yep. She actually attributed that one. Like she said she would with the others, but she didn't do all of them. But she did that one. That's nice. It's cool to see them. It's cool to see them pop up, Harry. Are you doing that intentionally because you know that I made them, or just for funsies? All right, where are we? We could use that. We could use the wall as a roof. That would be one way to do it. But I really just want to see like how this roof plays out. So let's see. In our art test, did I close our art test? I don't know why I ever do. I always need it. Art tests. Let's go put in a ceiling. Where are we? Stone roofing. I should say ceiling instead of roof, really. How does it look? This one is literally like one polygon. On each, well, not one polygon, 4 polygons, right? A triangle here, so 1, 2, and then on the other side as well, 3, 4. This might be enough to get it done. Chubby Puppy Bear! Oh my god! Thank you! 7 months of subscription, 5 months in a row. Thank you for resubbing. I really appreciate that, man. Actuators hiring process, seeking T-shaped people. Thank you for the clip too. That's nice. And I'm too broke to replace it. I need to save some money for a PC. Yeah, look, that can make a big positive difference to your life. I underestimated how much this PC was going to change and improve my life. I got really lucky, really lucky that somebody was generous enough to, like Nacho was generous enough to help me out. I think he recognized the need after watching the stream, that like the computer that I was on was not enough for what I was trying to do. So it depends what you do, man. If you spend a lot of your time like doing that, then it can make a lot of sense to do that. Yeah, a couple of rough months in there. Look, dude, I don't even. What do you mean? Couple of rough months about? You're just talking in general. Yeah, dude. I hope you're doing okay, man. I hope you're doing okay. I've never had a computer like this before, Ez. Like, never. You know me. I've always, like, scrounged parts together to make my computers and got secondhand, like, hand-me-downs. But this thing is just life-changing. For the amount of time I spend on a computer, it's worth it. It's worth the extra time and effort to get one like this. So, okay. A bit of clips in those other 2 months. Yeah, no, that's cool, dude. Every clip I appreciate. Some of the clips that you made turned into YouTube shorts that just like got thousands of views, man. So it's like every one, I super appreciate it. I really do. All right, we're about to see how good this looks because might look terrible, might look great. So let's create a new scene, stone roof, 3D scene, of course. I don't know where it ever selects 2D scene. It'll probably be useful when we start to do UI or something like that, but for now it just seems like an annoyance. Now this is going to go... I don't know about a single... It's really breaking the aesthetic, but we'll see how it goes. A single plane might actually be just like great. And maybe we'll need to replace the ground with this eventually as well. So let's take it to here, get the height right. And then even probably, we'll keep it centered. Then stone roof should be fine. Save it in art tests. That goes unchanged. Now, where's our crypts? In our crypts. This will be interesting. It went a little high. And I wonder why. I guess we move it down. Stone roof down a little. Even more. Little bit up. Little bit more. And then a little bit down again. We're really dialing it in. And then with enough of this, we might even be able to scale this a little bit. I just want to see like how this looks if I... So let's do it as a giant row. So that can go there. Scene. Copy this, paste that. Transforms, zero this out. And then we can shift it across. Is there a very obvious seam is my real... I mean, that's an issue. That's an issue. I don't know if we can actually use that. I mean, it can look like a giant stone slab, but it's not the best. If we take this, copy it, and paste it, again, we're going to set this as 0, 0, 0. Going to move it across so that it snaps there. I just want to see one hallway to see what this looks like, but I suspect we have to discard this asset. It's not uniform enough in its rendering. It is really fun having a beast computer, isn't it? As it's good. It's good. I went my entire life loving computers and spending all of my time on computers and not having one. And now that I have one, it's like it's gonna be hard to go back from that as this ages. But in Godot, how can you change the speed of one animation? I saw an option to change the speed for all the animations, but can't for only one. Struggling with this for a week. I did see overrides in previous versions of the animation system, Roxred, but I think in the most recent one, that override option isn't there anymore. So you actually just have to, what I would do is take it out, like open your, I'm assuming it's in something like an FBX file, take it out of your FBX or your OBJ or your, what's the other one there? There's that modern recommended file version that I can't remember the extension of, but take it out of that into Blender. Use the animation editor, like the what's it called? Not the dope sheet. The dope sheet would be one way that you can do it, but in Blender, take it in there, and then once you have the FBX open in Blender, you can get to the nonlinear animator. And then you can see for a particular, like, let's say you have your character. Here's all my animations. So I've got them in one FBX. Say you have them here, right? I can't do that. Hold on. File manager. Say you have them here. You can actually like pull the armature in, and then you can have a look at all the different the different animations and different animation tracks, and then from there your animations you can modify them. So that would be the way to do it. It's like you can scale them up and down here once you copy them in, and then change your start and end and stuff for that one specific animation, and then re-export it back over the animation, and then you'll have it all your other animations with the same time, and that one animation that you want to change, you'll have that one like scaled up. I'd say that's the way to do it. So you can change the start and end of the active strip to stretch it or compress it. Yeah. Goldie, okay. Have you heard of the base mesh? His sidekick is making free models that are UV'd and textured so you can customize them. Okay, that's pretty cool. The best part is it comes with a Creative Commons license so you can use it commercially. That's really cool. The base mesh model library. Oh yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I see. So yeah, I get it. They're UV'd and they're roughly the shape, so you can take that and start painting on top of them. Handy, handy dandy. I like it. I like it. That's cool to know. That's cool to know. Thanks for sharing, Goldie. Um, Me either. Okay. Yo, no problem at all, Roxred. Like, no problem at all, man. Thanks for asking a good question. Mashup, man. 7-stream streak. Yeah. Nice. I got loud again. My headphones warned me. Used it in both games. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. All right, let's have a quick look how this actually, because this should be the first time we see it in darkness. We're going to get a look at like how dark this actually feels when okay, so the roof honestly won't work. This single texture thing, I think there's too much lighting in that texture, and that's not going to do it for us. So I think let's go into our stone roof, and we're going to be a bit sneaky. We're going to be a bit sneaky with this. Crypts, stone roof. We're going to go in here. I think actually I want to delete all of these because they won't do it. They're not going to do the trick for us unless we make them really big and use them for something else later, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And what I might do is do a sneaky stone wall, and then transform this to be, I mean, we don't need both sides, so that's a little annoying, but let's go 90 degrees here, and then we'll just take this to be there, and then we'll position it over the same space roughly, and even scale it so that it fits the same space, because I don't know, we weren't particular with like this being 1 by 1 or anything like that, but we may as well just position him like this. About here. Let's see what result that gets us in our crypt. I feel like we need to maybe do a custom material for this one to make it a bit darker, but already that's feeling better. The other option, honestly, let's do it like this. That's too dense. I feel that's too dense. So the stone wall can go. What if we reuse our cobblestones? So we've got our large cobblestone. Let's bring that back. A large cobblestone. And then we set the height. So let's copy the Y rotation of that. Put that here. That might actually be okay. So the other thing I want to do though, if we're going to do this, what if we unpack this, make local, whoops, make him local, get our mesh, and then let's see. Again, we'll make this local. God, we're really digging deep to get this thing. Then from here, surface material can get a new standard material. And from there, we can get we'll need our albedo. It's going to be, this is cobblestone 1 or 2. Feel as though this is cobblestone 2. Does that look right? Nope, that looks pretty wrong. It's cobblestone 1 then. Yeah, they're way better. Cobblestone 1, albedo, roughness we definitely want to get. I feel like this is our roughness. God, I don't really know. Didn't go terrible. But then with our albedo, I want to make this more gray. So we're going to desaturate this a lot. The incandescence needs to go, well, we need, yeah, hold on. That needs to, we definitely need that to be 0. Hold on. Can't have incandescence. We don't want glowing roofs. We definitely don't want that. But it's nice to know that that map is actually there in the albedo. I didn't actually realize that. So across the board there. I mean, I want it to be more, I guess more blue. I want to get rid of the yellow that's like in the texture. And I want to cancel it with the, I don't know if I can do this without like desaturating it. Maybe that is actually just the solution, is desaturate the thing. I don't want it coming up blue is my only thing. Let's go have a look in the crypt and then we'll tweak it from there. You know what? I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, the overlapping, because they're just like way bigger, but no. Is that completely... It's too dark. It's too dark. Yeah, it's too dark. But fewer objects, larger coverage space. Not a bad side effect. Okay, hold on. Let's get that back to back. The stone roof. How do I reset this? Reset? Yeah, there we go. That might be the way to go. Just like pull that right down, and then crypts might start looking a little more dark. That's way too far down. But we're on the right track. We're on the right track now. A little less. I'm not liking the fact that I've created this dependency between these two objects, but you know, we're kind of getting there. Okay, one of these, there's still duplication somewhere. There we go. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. The scale of their placement needs to go, it like really needs to change. So we need a new object. We're going to call it roof, and then we're going to start tiling from scratch with just one instance. Create new child node 3D. Yo, Casey, you're trying out Godot for the first time. Like, I really liked Godot. It's worth trying. It's definitely worth trying. It's a good engine. I don't know, nothing more complicated than that. I think if you like Unity, I've like really liked it. It's different from Unity, but like in a good way, in a really good way. So hold on, all of this probably should go. This should be our roof. Ceiling is probably better, because a roof can be like slanted. How do you even spell that? Ceiling. With the E first, my bad. Okay, so let's start with you at 0, 0, 0. We probably need to factor in, we need to build this around our walkway down. So there's one, that's the first good starting point. Let's put them on either side of this. And let's line it up so that both of these have their corner right in line with where that walkway ends. Because then this can be, you know, we can bridge that little gap, but yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Okay. This, I think, is going to work. I can't wait to see this from the inside, eh? Okay. This might actually be a good indicator for like where the ground and ceiling could be the same thing for the crypts. Which would actually be pretty funny. To do it that way would be a sneaky, would be pretty sneaky. Like build the terrain like in between these two things. Okay. That and that. Copy and paste. I feel like that can actually go like that. It makes like, it breaks the grid a little, but as long as it's still, as this section is still underground, it doesn't matter. Like, I think that's okay. To have that little gap. That and that and that. Copy, paste. Copy, paste to that. This is another one which needs to get fixed. When I go and fix this ground, that said, this is not going to get fixed because I think we copied the actual mesh out. All right, it's progress. I think. Let's give it a run. Now we need to change the actual lighting. When's the game coming out? OCE Cloudy, nice to meet you, man. Well, we've been working on it. We started it 2 weeks ago, so probably a long time. I don't know how much time I'm gonna get to work on the game, like dedicated. I'm kind of still figuring out. This game was a project that was started on my Christmas holidays. So, I mean, people are really into it. How much is it gonna be? I think I'm gonna try and make it really cheap. I'm gonna make it really cheap, Cloudy. I look at other games that it's gonna be like, for instance. You know, it's going to be probably in the same kind of price bracket as like games like Among Us. I think that's going to be a good comparison for how much it might be. But yeah. All right, we do need colliders for the walls. Wall colliders are going to be important. We can do that. Faux show. And then let's fix this ground and get these statues in, and then we'll get some really cool candles and fix the scene lighting. Actually, no, we don't get to fix the scene lighting. The scene lighting has to be as it is. News headline for tomorrow: will not monsters be the new hightail for development time? What's hightail? What's hightail, Hansbler? Okay, sounds like a plan. It's looking really great so far. Keep up the awesome work you're putting into it. No, thank you, Cloudy. Thank you, Cloudy. Have you seen the how much have you seen? Have you seen the main world? Because I feel like this environment is kind of janky and doesn't represent the game as well as it could be represented by showing you the actual main scene of the game. I'll give you a quick tour if you haven't seen it yet, because this at the moment is not a good example. Minecraft clone took 7 years. Yeah, I see them marketing the crap out of that now that you mention it. I think I know what you mean. And yeah, it's great that they got a publisher and everything like that. That's really cool. Okay, there's the character swapper. Here's the stairs. We're gonna have to do the crypt entrance. I think the last thing I really want to get right before I can call the broad architecture done. Chat BRB, gonna try a VR game demo. Casey, I like to hear that. We put a lot into VR, and the more I hear that people are trying VR, the more excited I get. Stone skirting. Let's see if this is already here. It is. Stone skirting. Extract this. Stone skirting. Okay. Crypts. Create a new folder. Stone skirting. Okay, there we go. The game is on point, by the way. Casey, thank you for getting the game. The demo, I have to warn you, the demo is really, really, really old, Casey. The demo is really old. The main game has so many more features. I'm almost tempted to spend some time updating the demo just so it doesn't underrepresent how good the actual game is. It's like we built the demo like 20% of the way through the development process, and we added so much more to it. So I really hope you enjoy it. I just cross my fingers and toes you enjoy it, Casey. Mashup, man, never heard of it. Yo, Snolzy, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you, my man? Where do I get the demo? You can get it on Steam. Steam has a demo actually, but I really would recommend. The game's not that expensive. I think you're better off. You guys are better off. Snolzy. You're better off getting the game and refunding it. That's a better way to test what's in it. Yeah. That's a much better way to test what's in it now. Refund it if you don't like it. That's the way to go. Thoughts on Meta pulling out of VR? Very disappointing. I kind of I bet a lot on VR, and the fact that they're pulling out of it is very disappointing. Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. It's sad because for me, I invested so much into it. So yeah, really sad to see that. Okay, skirting is the next thing. Art tests. You can't find on point? Hold on. Is that what you're referring to, Cloudy? I'm sure you're talking about something else, but if you were talking about on point, there it is. The demo, what's it called? It's a demo for On Point. This game, you won't find a demo for this. No, there's no demo for this game out. This game is so early on in development, so early on in development. I threw this together in essentially two. You're looking at 2 weeks of work at this point for this particular title, Cloudy. So you won't find a demo for this for a while. Okay. Stone skirting. Add a new scene. Did I spell that right? Skirt. Yes. Okay, now that needs to go, just to get the positioning right, I'm going to go with the roof, stone roof. We're going to get the stone skirting in place. We're going to get the scale right. I think this needs to be like 4. Oh my god, more than 4. 5 times the scale? That's a bit scary. Five? Oh my god, more. 6. Is this off 0? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, a lot of this needs to get fixed, but we're gonna just like get rid of that for now because all I need is the aesthetic look. Where is it? Skirting. Yeah, where is this thing's position? This transform is whack. 0. All we want is to preserve the height, and then this. Hopefully this will look a lot better relative to that. I guess its geometry isn't centered, which is disappointing, or my skirting's off. Yeah, that's what's up. And still it needs to be bigger. 7. This is really like an architecture import scale adjustment. 7.5. Oh my god, 8. If we wind up with 10 for this. Oh no, 8's right. 8's the right size. That's the size we want. Okay. And then we've got the height about right there. Though I think this is going to be way too big. We're about to find out though. We're about to find out. Scene, skirting, about there. That should be in place. Now we can affect the scale because really like that's just ridiculously big. That's way, way, way too big. But where this is going to be cool is so far too big. That's just stupidly large. Okay. What we can do with this though is we're going to like halve that, which is sad because it means we're going to have to place more instances of the object, but okay. You know what I forgot? I'm watching stream on VR, right? So I forgot that existed while I'm going to play. You mean you forgot that the existed? I forgot I'm watching stream on VR. Okay. Yeah, what are you using to do that, Casey? To watch a stream while playing VR? That's actually really, really cool. Nah, that's chill, all good. Nah, no worries. Watching stream in VR is fun. That's awesome. Yo, Casey, that's cool. That's cool. I respect that. I dig it. That's awesome. Okay, there's our skirting. Am I gonna pull the ceiling up to accommodate this? That's the question. Am I gonna pull the ceiling up to accommodate this? I mean, where is this thing? How about I just select it? That would be a start. Did I put this in? Oh, I did it here. That's my bad. There we go. Okay, fixed. Now we put the skirting into our ceiling object. I don't know how I like this. Probably it could be part of the walls. It could be part of the, it's too long. So really we need to reduce its size. So the imports were way off. Import. Let's try 2 on all axes. Witchy, yeah, Witchy's in there. Witchy's in there. Um, that's really cool. Which app are you using to do that? Yeah, right. Are you multi-streaming on YouTube? I'm not multi-streaming, Invader. I didn't. I don't know. We spent some time doing it, and it just like didn't seem like it was worth the effort at the time. But it might be. It might actually be. I should probably restart doing it. Like start doing it again. Um, so let's see. Up here, a little too high, probably. Yes, it was. A little lower. A little lower again. Nah, a little higher, and then the ceiling needs to go up, honestly. Okay. All of the ceiling objects, aside from the skirting, up a little. It's an odd height for the Y of those objects. Actually, I need to not adjust the Y. I need to go to the stone roof. Now this needs to go up. All right, yeah, that's much better. Even a little more potentially. And now, skirting goes up. Why we riot? Burn the witch. No, that's how you start a flame war right there, Goldie. That's how you start a flame war. Should we check her buoyancy? Yeah, we should compare her with at least compare her with a duck first to confirm. This, I think that just has to go. That one's out of here. Stone skirting up a little. Oh, just the tiniest bit more. I'm really hoping when this gets better light that this all comes together and looks amazing, because it's not as good as like upstairs just yet, you know? All right, now this object, I think I'm actually resolved to put them on the walls. So every one of the wall objects, we're going to add a child object, skirting, stone skirting, and then it gets skirting perfectly placed, which is quite nice. I hope what I can do is like select multiple objects at once and add them like this. If I can, that'll be really handy. But alas, I cannot. So that means we need to get a little bit of micro here. So Control Shift A, enter. Control Shift A, enter. I should check if they're working before I just go on and do them all, because I think they will, but I don't know that for sure. I mean, that one didn't. Why did it not? Is the height of that object somehow different from the height of that object? Hold on, stone skirting can come down a little. Let's see what's going on there. A little lower. A little lower again. Now it's kind of working. But we need to see what the hell happens with the entrance then. Yeah, that's kind of working, guys. That's working for me. What happened at the entrance to make the height off? Interesting. Okay, no, that's right. That looks good. All right, now we do that everywhere. Now we do that everywhere. That's the next step. All right, here we go. Macro time. You guys ready? Speed run this. Let's catch up with chat first. Holy shit, this crypt is dope. It's not yet. It's so not yet, Raisin Girl. It's not. It's gross and I hate it. And I'm going to make it good before the end of the stream. Trust me. Before the end of the stream, it's going to be amazing. But it's not good yet. It's chat against me. Yeah, who set up that dichotomy, Goldie? Who poked the hornet's nest? Don't touch my witchy, I'll come for you. Exactly. This is how you get lynched in Not Monsters right here. This is how to get lynched 101. Okay, keep shooting the bombs. Chat, I have the best aim. 100% no cap. Casey, yo. Casey, I super appreciate you trying out the game. That's really cool. Sorry, I was asking that to you, Casey, about how you watch the stream. Yeah, I'm really curious how to do that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm using my keyboard VR. Typing is so bad. It's so slow, isn't it, Casey? I hate that. It's creepy, it's dark, it's empty, but I feel like you just created that. No, look, Raisin, trust me, it's going to get so much cooler when I change the environmental lighting to be actually dark, and then we put a bunch of candles in here. The candles are going to be the thing that makes this absolutely amazing. That's going to be the real thing that makes this good. All right, speed running, skirting. Speed run. Whoops. Mistakes were made. How are we doing? We're zipping through them, guys. How many more? Still a few. Oh my god, that's still more than a few. You really get into a rhythm with this. There's a mistake. How are we doing? Lots down, lots to go. Actually, not that many to go. Kind of getting there. What's going on here? Oh, these are our super tall ones. Those ones don't need no skirting, so that's actually it. That's actually it. How's it looking? That skirting is actually a vibe. All right, let's have an explore. Okay, it's something. It's something, that's for sure. Okay. Can't imagine when you fully design and fill it, let alone add the playable options and objects to it. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. So if we lynch Goldie, chat will be modless and we can roam free. Freedom! Yeah, but this is like people who think it'd be good if we got rid of the police. It's like you think it would be nice in theory, but in practice, it all just goes to hell. I'm just so in love and amazed by the process, getting to see how it comes to fruition. Yo, Raisin Skull, that's amazing. I love that you're getting that. I love that you're enjoying that. That's really cool. Here comes the cool part, though. We're getting pretty close to actually needing to do the cool part. All right, that one needs just a normal wall, so we're swapping that out. Where is he? All this one. That gets a normal wall. So from here, we are going to stone wall, that one. Yep. And then that can go there. The skirting goes under that. That goes under, goes up here. That inset statue goes. Now we have our wall. Good, good, good. Okay, now I think we can actually start to get our statues in, guys, which is gonna be pretty cool. And rather than doing this all by hand, I'm gonna do this a little bit different. I had some ideas about this. So let's turn our snapping off there. Why is that still snapping? Hey, stop snapping. There we go. Okay. All right, so first things first, I think it's time, guys. It's time to do this giant next level move. We're going to go to statues, yoink them from here. Actually, you know what? First, before we do anything, before we do absolutely anything, let's check in our changes, because I don't want to lose what we've been doing. So this is the creation of the crypt. It's going to have a lot of files it needs to stage, but it'll be fine. Okay. That's a lot. Okay, so added crypts for the statues. Stage that. Crypt for the statues. We've got some character art here. We changed something on the swapper. No, I think that's okay. We'll amend this and add that one thing, because that actually is relevant. All right, nice. Everything checked in. Okay, Mashup Man, what are the benefits of using C# over vanilla Godot? I think there are actually performance benefits. It will execute a little bit more quickly because there isn't the overhead of the translation from the scripting language into the assembly language. Though there is an intermediate language in C# that the scripting language might go through something similar. I don't actually know the details of I don't know the details of how Godot script is implemented. So maybe that's not true, but for me, I'm just really familiar with C#. I know C# back to front, so that's a big advantage for me. It's just the most familiar language for me, which is why I'm choosing to use it. But he wants to burn the witchy. He's the king of the village here. If he wants to burn the witchy, he can't burn it in the game, but he can say it in the chat, and he can do so with immunity. But I will burn this place to the ground. This is very unGoldie-like behavior, I must say. This is gonna, where you guys are gonna have to take this. There's gonna be a flame war building up that will go for months before you all can take this out and fight it out in an actual game. But that'll make for some fun initial playtest. I'll tell you guys that much. Can I still do that pillow fight with Jackie's chat? Your pillow fight. Okay, it looks like we have to put pillows in the game and allow people to use those as weapons and just have puffs of feathers. That could be a really, really, really fun feature to do, actually. That it's things like that will make this game amazing. If we just have the balls to go and be a license to be ridiculous would be absolutely amazing. The pillow DLC, exactly. Okay, we're going to take statues out of here. Oh my God, statues are gone out of here, out of art tests. And then we're going to, in here, we're going to collapse our walls in our crypts. We're going to add statues. Now we've got statues too. I think statues needs to go anyway. This becomes statues. Okay, so let's do it. New editor script for statue placer. Because screw doing this longhand. Crypts. We're going to attach a script. Statue placer. Yeah. So, I mean, it's encrypted at the moment, but I think probably we should put it in editor. So architectural crypt statue placer can go in editor. Okay. So statue placer. So I'm going to add this context. Add to codex. We also have walls. We need to collapse all of this. Oh my God, this is going to be hard to kind of like capture in one screenshot. Okay, so we have walls. We also have statues. So let's describe our problem. Hold on. Let me catch up with chat because I'm going to spend a little while thinking and describing stuff here. Are you going to have booby-trapped statues? Not at the moment. That's not currently the plan, Raisins. But we might do some things that like, you know, some Easter eggs that related to statues. One thing I want to do is, at the moment, you can look at every statue in the game if you go down into the crypts. But let me see. So if we go to the environment, what I'd like to do somewhere in the environment is actually put a few statues throughout the town. So I want to put like, you know, little feature statues like in, you know, in some little interesting places. So it might be like right here in a corner, there might be I don't know, not there, but you get the point. I want to put like here, there might be a statue that sits like right there. And then randomly, I want to select a statue from the crypt and put it into the town, right? So it might be here in the, you know, in the marketplace. I'm gonna go and carefully select, you know, here next to the castle entrance, there might be another statue, or up at the top of the, in the, you know, like, what am I looking for? The word at the top of the cemetery, there might be one. And so then randomly when you play, that statue is going to switch out from a different statue in town. So that brings all of your statues a little bit more into the actual main game area instead of having to be something that you have to go out of your way to find, if that makes any sense. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a thing that I want to do. Do you actually want to make and sell baking stuff you make? I was wondering. Hold on. Oh, Lemon is Lemony Are you like doing bakery stuff? It makes sense. Yeah, cool, Raisin Skull. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think it'd be good to do that just for the sake of like. I don't think these statues, they're so beautiful. I don't think they should be hidden away. They should be brought out into the main game. Um, so okay, I want to start my own business. Yo, it's hard work, but it can be very rewarding, Lemon. Can be very, very rewarding. But always, my advice for people wanting to start a business is don't, like, make sure you do it as a side gig until it becomes successful enough to be a main gig. Because the stress of having it as a main gig and having it go wrong can be really stressy. Can be really, really stressy. Okay, hold on. We need one more skirting here. While I see it and think of it, that should go right there to cover the ugly little transition of the stairs, and then we can like actually move our stairs up a little so that that bit of geometry isn't obvious. That goes about here. I mean, this environment is looking a little clunky, but it's good enough. Maybe one day I'll have an artist come through and redo all of this so that it looks actually awesome. At the moment, I don't feel like it's awesome. I know it's better than, it's good enough, but I don't feel a sense of awesomeness. That goes up. This goes down. I just have such a like very high standard for how things should be, how good art should be in games. And I think sometimes it gets in the way of games actually getting made. But this is one area where I definitely would want to get it right. I would want to get it looking much better than it is. Because things like this is like, that's not acceptable. Okay, where is that? That can... In all of them, all of the ceiling needs to go a little that way to accommodate this. Ceiling. How can we make this work a little better? More like that. We need another one, don't we? Something else there. By the way, Bose Code On Point is actually a good game. It was really fun. It was really fun to play. I forgot to say that. No. Thank you, Casey. Thank you. If you played the demo, like, trust me, the main game is so much better. So much better than that. But I really appreciate you trying the demo out. Thank you. I from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot when people try that, because a lot went into it. A lot went into it from me. So I appreciate that a lot. I wish fruit pies. Hold on. I wish... Is that a fruity? Yes, fruity, please. She's got some cool emotes too, that fruity. I feel like she had her emotes made so early that they're like... Her brand is so mature, and sometimes her emotes, like, they show signs of when she was, like, getting started. I love that. I love that. Okay, there we go. Probably like there. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I just want to go to. I want it to go well, so I have a lot of people who believe in me and everything. Yeah, look, it might not even go well, Lemon, but like the key thing is to do it because you enjoy it, right? And all those people who support you will keep supporting you, and just like keep doing it, because it's very, 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 very rare that a business like succeeds the first time. Most businesses fail and fail and fail, and it's not about failing. It's about like learning from those failures is the key, right? It's about failing fast. It's not about never failing. It's about failing as quickly as you can and learning from them and adapting. That's the real key to it, man. I really feel very strongly about that. That's the way to succeed, is to fail quickly. Okay, statues can go up here. Walls and statues. So let's see. I'm going to actually remove this and remove that. The real key is to just like not get discouraged. You know, it's I mean, if you love baking, that's all it takes. Just keep doing it, and inevitably you'll get really good at it. And if you get really good at it, you'll be successful. So just like keep your passion. That's the most important thing. Don't lose your passion. I think businesses need like three things to really succeed. They need a person with the vision for what the business needs to be. They need a person with the skills and expertise to make it actually happen. And usually they take money, right? They take a certain amount of money. And so if you have a business with low overheads, that makes the money requirement quite low. If you're the person with the skills to do it, then that's also really like awesome. If you're the person with the passion and you can put all of those three people in one person, the risk of that business succeeding goes like way down and the probability goes way up. So it's Xenife. I started a game dev business on the side of my day job 5 years ago. And so far I've made negative $4,000 over 5 years. So yeah, I guess now I'm a hobbyist. Like Zenfei, I mean, it's a really like, that's exceptional. Well done. Like I like clap hands off to you. That's amazing. You didn't succeed necessarily, depending on your definition of success, right? Maybe the fact that you made and released a game is the only definition of success that you actually need, right? And if that happened, you can be proud of what you achieved, and like I would be proud of that. So that's amazing. But if your goal was to make money, like the question would be like how much time did you spend doing it? How many games did you put out, right? Was the number of games divided by the number of hours like quite a high ratio, or is it a low ratio? Can you change things in your process to increase the number? Like what was the quality of the thing that you made? It's all this equation. If you can balance those things and look at them and then optimize them, then it's like that's how you really succeed. It's by failing and learning from it over and over and over and over. If you can manage to do that, that's I think how people get really, really successful. Okay, let's do a rebuild because we've got our new script in. All right, I'm gonna lock in. Okay, hold on. Well, not failures per se, non-profitable. Yeah, like for games development, it's usually the average income for a game released on Steam is like $10,000, which is quite low considering how much time it takes to make a game and how much expertise it takes. And on average, it's the third game that a studio releases. This is self-reported statistics, but you can look them up on like, what is it, SteamDB? Self-reported statistics. It's the third game a studio managed to release, which actually makes back what it costs to make. And that's a scary statistic. That means that making games is a matter of surviving. The best thing you can do to beat the odds is produce games quick, right? And get them out. Yeah. I'm doing home economics next year. I'm kind of good at cooking. Nice, Casey. Nice. It's fun as well listening to music while doing it. Yeah. Or like listening to audiobooks and stuff like that is another great way to pass the time as you work. Can help you learn. I think if you get a job where you can do that kind of thing, it can be really powerful. $800 a year is pretty cheap as a hobby. That's totally cheap as a hobby. And you'd learn so much. You would learn so much that would enhance you as a person and make you more employable in other ways. I think game development is a fantastic hobby because of the ways that it improves you, you know? Gamosaurus, good to see you, man. How are you? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Hold up. Gamosaurus. Boom. Welcome, man. How are you? Right about the price of snowboarding, region dependent, but the time, you have to factor in the time as well and the joy that you get from it. Casey, you just joined the Discord. Yo, thank you. I appreciate that. Making games was always a labor of passion. It always is. I think there are sometimes like a company gets big enough and it becomes about the money and stops being about the love of the art. But often that's when the games really start to suffer, you know? You're well? I'm well myself. I'm really good, Gamosaurus. I'm really good. Okay, here we go. Let's write a script that places these objects. So crypts. First things first, I'm going to take a screenshot of statues and walls. And in walls, I want to show that walls have multiple walls. And that statues have multiple statues. Okay. We have a Godot scene. The scene represents a crypt. In the crypt, there are walls that have insets on which there are pedestals that statues should stand. Each of these objects is named where an integer. The scene also has many statues which are numbered sequentially with an integer followed by an underscore and then the name of the statue. E.g. Okay, statues 1 underscore warmonger. 1 underscore warmonger. I would like to write a script in statue placer this will only run in the editor. For every crypt statue inset, I want to move a statue to the position of that node plus a fixed offset to place the statue on a pedestal. That offset is, okay, where are we? I think we actually deleted the warmonger one, but let's go move this to, I mean, we can even do that right in here, right? If we, let's add a child node. It's going to be real simple, actually, isn't it? It's going to be 1 meter, 1.15 units up on the y-axis from the position of the pedestal of the crypt statue inset node. Before we do this, we want to catalog the distance of each of the crypt statue inset objects from the origin of the parent of the root crypts node where this script is attached. The higher the number of the statue, the closer to the origin the statue should be placed. This script should operate at runtime, and we should be able to trigger it and then have all of the statues rearranged. We may change the layout of this environment, and clicking this again should repeat the process to get the same layout according to these rules. Okay, cool. All right, let me catch up on all them messages. This could be a cool script if this works. We'll see. Buy a KitchenAid stand mixer. I think Fast got one of those. Or Dev got one of those. In any case, we did baking with it in a cooking stream, and it was like great. It was so good. We made pavlova, and it made the whole process. The book said it'll take like 15 minutes of stirring. We just like whacked it in this thing, and then like 2 minutes later, it was done. It was great. If you're building a game, release each core mechanic as a $2 to $5 mini game with some arcadey goals on Steam as a support development by testing this feature in our mini game. That's a cool idea. Jack, let's call you Jack. But I think often people are like, it's very rare people are willing to spend that amount of money to support a game that's still in development, unless you have a great community like this one. But even then, I think that would be pushing it. But I mean, it's a cool thought. It's a cool thought. I mean, let's just run this thing and see how it goes. I'm having fun with it, but hopefully someday I will earn money. Yeah, Xinife, like, all I can say is just get your game out there as soon as possible. Aim really small with your scope, because it will always take, I mean, what's it called? Is it Hofstadter's law? It will always take twice as long as you think it will, even when you account for the law. Hold on. Hofstadter's law. Yeah, this is the one. It's a law that says it always takes longer than you expect, even when you take into account the law. It's very true. It's like you think you know it will take a long time, and so you double your estimate, and then despite the fact that you double your estimate, it's still going to be twice as long as you think it is. And so the treatment for this, like the way to avoid that, Zen, is to go really small with scope, and you'll find like you get so many diversions along the way, and you wind up fixing things and doing things and building features that you didn't even realize you would need at the start. So trying to constrain your scope to begin with can really help make sure that you actually get it done and get it shipped. Yo, base code, you down if I send some of my baked goods? I made them last year, and the cookies I made yesterday. I mean, I know Fass and Dev have PO boxes, but I've never really received much mail except for the stuff that Goldie sent. He did it directly to a PO box that he already had for Fast and Dev, and so you can send stuff that way and just address it to me, and I would absolutely love that. But yeah, thank you for even thinking of it, and don't feel any obligation. Like no worries, but like yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, it's expensive AF, but the second to none. Or start with a good one, and yeah. I mean, they can really make a difference, right? Good tools, like if you're going to commit to something fully, like buying the best tools that you can really, really, really help, right? Depending on how serious you are, don't overinvest in it. But like, I think with streaming, like people wait to get too many tools in streaming that you don't actually need, right? You can do most streaming with like a pretty bad webcam and a pretty simple light, right? And people will be like, oh, I need the perfect setup. I need the perfect computer. I need the perfect webcam. I need all of this stuff right to get going. I need the best OBS settings. And honestly, no, like what you should do if you want to stream is get the shittest microphone and the worst camera, and do what you can with the green screen. Just buy a freaking $2 piece of fabric from your local Spotlight and hang it up and click go live, and then improve from there, right? So, like even if you don't have the best tools, like just do it. But sometimes if you're really going to make a living out of something, having the best tools counts, which is why this computer has been so freaking amazing. I don't know if my school will allow it, but I have done it for a school task and we had to donate it. I made over 700. Yeah, that's a lot of baking for a place. Me and your group pick. That's incredible, Lemon. That's really, really cool. Raisin, my bad. I thought you were gonna want to start a baking business. Right, right. Yeah, I had that impression too. Hey, um, I can't do them anymore since COVID and stuff. It sucks. That's annoying. Um, It will be hard, but I really just want people to enjoy baked goods. That's all. Like that sentiment, Lemony, is the best way to do it. Often, like the way to be successful in a business is to have undeniable value. Just have an undeniable amount of value. Just do things that people appreciate. Charge so low for it when you begin, and ask for so much. That like deliver so much and ask for so little. That's the best way to get started, and then you slowly increase your prices until there's such a high demand. Like when there's a lot of demand for it, then you start to increase your prices when there's disproportionate supply and demand. But the way to generate demand initially is to just offer an incredible amount of value. So like, go for it, like get out there and do a bake sale or something. That's really cool. God of War, how you doing, man? Good to see you. um Kratos, is that your nickname, God of War? That's pretty cool. That makes a lot of sense. All right, hold up. I'm getting so behind on chat, I'm realizing. Um, okay, it was great to know, though, for when you have to help cook stuff. Okay. Have you tried to send me something yesterday? I didn't know, and that wouldn't have been me, God of War. Um, maybe, like, what are you talking about? What are you referring to? Unlurking, welcome back, Casey. One night shift, I'll be able to degen a bit more. No, fair enough, man. I forgot to unlurk. All good, all good. Um, oh yeah, dude, those things are a beast and so glorious. You're talking now about that, like, yeah, 600 plus Christmas cookies. Nice. It's pavlova. Yeah, that's what we made. It was really good. I remember my mom was looking at one. Nice. Hello. We've got a new chatter. Hello, Native Canadian. Welcome in, man. Sorry, I'm really behind on chat because I locked in and I did that code thing. So I wasn't reading for a while, so I'm catching up now. Um, it's a bit more tricky to catch stream. Like, dude, lucky he's so locked in that I still be able to make it. Yeah. I can be like that. What are we, like 4 hours in? I think I'll keep going a little longer today as well. I think 3 a.m. might be my target cutoff for today. Um, I will definitely make some cookies. Hell yeah. Make sure you get permission though. As far as I know, Seb doesn't pay for the PO box. That's true. And does it cost anything to? I think I'll check with Fast tomorrow, but it should be fine. I think it's probably fine. I'm streaming off starter, so a mini PC and a PS5 and two TVs. Yo, nice. We can get Dev to pick up a ton of mail and none of it be for her. Yo, let's not do that. I don't want to, like Fast uses it too. So I think it should be okay, especially since it's directed to the house. It's not going to cost them anything more to have one little, one additional thing, but maybe I'll chip in for the cost of the PO box too. That could be cool. Does anyone know the song sampled for this song? I don't, Penny, but Bella would be the person to ask. Or maybe you're talking about this song, which is a bit different. I'm not sure. We've gone off her playlist again. How did that happen? There we go. Back to the start of it. I do want to start a baking business after high school. Hell yeah, Lemon. That sounds like a really good idea. You can also just like go around and sell it to like sell your goods to local cafes and stuff like that. And just be like, hey, can I be a supplier? Give them samples, see if they like it. No offense to anyone, but it's best not to accept homemade cookies for a PO box. No, that's fair enough. That's a fair enough, actually, Goldie. But like, yeah. Are you interested in the tools, stream elements? Dang it. You watched back at the VOD yesterday and you tried to send a picture of Danzy's statue. Yo. Yes. That's right. Do you want to see it? Hold up. We have it here. We have it here, God of War. You're right. You are absolutely right. This is what I was going to try and send you. Here it is. Thank you for watching the VOD. Didn't it come out cool? We got Danzy and Sadie. Pretty sick. Love it. I meant to send licorice, so it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, there is a difference between baked goods and licorice. Like, I think, we can, Like Goldie makes a good point. Goldie makes a good point. I should talk about fast about how she wants to handle it, because often I defer to her about what she thinks is a good and a bad idea. I have far less experience doing this than she does. Okay, so let's give this a build because we've got the new thing. Sadie, right? I'm looking forward to seeing Sadie again in person. That'll be good. Okay, if I click this, it should run this placement script, but let's see what it did first. So here we are. I hate that new scripts don't... let's go to writer. Okay, not monsters. Editor. Statue placer. Okay, Crypt statue insert. Insert prefix. Okay. So it's going to trigger this to allow it through once. So this is a gate. So every time it's clicked, it'll allow it, and then it'll set it off so that next time it won't run again. And then it allows you to place statues. It's going to collect all of the statues. It's going to calculate the distance between the global position, so between the origin of that object and the node, and it's going to add that to the insets. It's going to collect all of our... It's going to get the name to get the number of the statue so that we know how to order it. It's going to sort them by the number, which is good. Closest to the origin first. Highest first. And now it should do a for each where it goes like 2 layers deep. It's going to just print out what it has, which will be useful. And then it's going to set them all to that position. Where's the offset? There's the Y value offset. It's going to move it up a little. We're also going to probably, I mean, where was our, let's go see, did we actually do that? We did with our, we added a random object to, where was it? It was the one near the entrance. We added it here. We should make sure that we don't have that random node 3D. I think probably that Z axis, we'll add that as well, just to get it right. I think I forgot to inherit the rotation. So we can also do global rotation equals target dot target pos. We need target rotation as well. Yep. Okay. And then this is actually smart, right? If the, okay, we want, if the insets is, I think I actually want to move this up here. So if the insets is less than the statues, not enough, we're going to go not enough inserts, and then we're going to return early. And that'll be a cue for us to go and fix this. But otherwise, this seems okay. Enumerate descendants. Where is that getting actually called? So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Though I don't think Enumerate descendants. There's going to be an issue here. It's going to go 2 layers deep and go through them. All right, hold up. I'm getting too far. I'm getting too far off. I'm falling too far behind in chat. Sorry. Okay. Also, how large is this crypt going to be? About the size of the town? Like, who knows, Mashup Man? It might wind up being that big. This thing at least will make it easy to like change the layout of the crypt and then have the objects, have all the statues move appropriately. That's one of my settings that blocked you. Hold on. That was one of my settings that blocked you. Which setting, God of War? Sorry, I must have missed that. Before you run it, save and commit so you can roll it back. We already did that, Mashup Man. Good call, though. Good call. Yo, Seb, I should start a PO box so you can send me early access. We can do that with CD keys. We can do that with keys on Steam. And I'm pretty sure, I was like, me and Goldie were thinking about it, having like a certain number of gifted subs or donations could like be like we could recognize that kind of support with a gift of a key to the game for like the early tests potentially. But just like to thank people for their support, we could do something like that, but we'll have to see down the line. So keys, exactly. Yo, Gamedal, nice to meet you, man. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. Do they call it CD keys? They do. I mean, I guess not. Maybe they just call it game keys. But yeah, that's what we're talking about. Game keys. So one of the issues I'm seeing here, hold on. Where's this used? Try pass inset. I guess actually that's kind of smart because now it finds it regardless of the structure of the hierarchy. It'll go 2 layers deep, and you know what? I like it. I wouldn't have done it like this, but I actually like it better. Sometimes you get AI that comes through and surprises you with the implementation. I'm into this, and I think it's going to work. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is actually going to work. So let's try. Let's do this thing. It's going to do a bunch of like useless searching through like stone stairs and ceilings and ground, but it could work. It could actually work. What output do we have? Do we have an error? Do we have a compile time error? If we build it. Okay, that builds just fine. Oh, scary. Let's click it and see. Hold on. We definitely have it all checked in, don't we? Let's make sure the crypt is staged. So any changes to it, we can kind of revert. Yep, let's do it. Let's click it. What could go wrong? That could go wrong. It didn't do a dang thing. Set run placement. Okay. Let's start by debugging. So this is gd.print hello world. Let's just see if that runs. That's step one. That's step one. Okay. Mashup Man, you have one question. Hold on. Spoke to someone and they didn't even know what a CD was. Game source, that's crazy. I remember when it was like people didn't know what floppy disks were. Now with like CDs, they don't even know what that is. That's crazy. I would love to know how much to budget in that. What are you referring to there? Raisin, you're talking about a CD key. It wouldn't be that much. Honestly, it'd be like, it's not going to be that much. You wouldn't need to budget for it. The pressure is on. Oasis needs a game done for next week. Could you please? I I'm actually so keen for this to be a games night game several times. I hope that if we make this and make it awesome, that they play it over and over and over, because that on its own would be enough to get a game like this off the ground. And I'm just like, I need it to be right before I give it to anyone, especially an Oasis games night. Okay, what's your question, Mashup Man? Hit me with it. Good to see you dancing there, Casey, with your little wiggle guy. Is it going to also move the nameplates? Yes, it will, Mashup Man. The nameplates will get moved at the same time because they're children of those objects, which will be very handy. Makes me want to tour old Gothic castles and churches, yo, for sure. Seb, at yesterday's stream, you snapshot Danzy's picture and send it to her. You said something in the line of would you liked it, you could send it to him. So that's why I'm asking you directly, right? If it was a setting that blocked you. I really was just, I think Danzy has the screenshots of it and stuff now so that she could see it, because I thought it was really, really kind of you to send that to Danzy. And so I wanted to make sure that you saw it as well. But like, here it is, and I'm so glad that you get to see it now. It's really just like I just screen recorded something, and so she's got a video of it in her DMs, and maybe that can get reposted to a chat. If you like, I can screenshot this and put it in the base code chat with or even like re-download it and re-forward it in the base code general. If you like God of War, are you in the base code Discord? The issue is it needs to be an official project and funded with an intended release date if we want to give out keys. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, at that point, it goes up on Steam and everything. If people give subs in the hopes to get a key for the project that might not even come out, people might, yeah, look, definitely true. But I mean, you don't actually have any obligation to, like, we can give out keys to a game concept and a game demo, and there's no obligation to keep like pushing that past that point, but I would want to. I definitely would want to. Floppy disk. Are you trolling now, Lemon? Are you trolling, or do you actually not know what a floppy is? Ever see that little like square with a little smaller square up the top in your like in the taskbar or something that means save? That little save icon? That's a floppy disk. All your monies belong to us. Yeah. What's the main funding price? Look, this is what I was thinking for the concept initially, guys. It was going to be, the game was just going to be something like, I was thinking $5 maybe, with some in-app purchasing. Yeah. But I'm not really sure. It is definitely going to be move the nameplates. Yeah. Okay, I could see this move all the statues and leave the names. No, look here. It won't leave the names, because here, if I move one of these statues, see how the names come with it? That's going to be, if I move this object, everything underneath it in its hierarchy is going to come along with it. So that should sort that problem out, Mashup Man. I've been saving and budgeting like a motherfucker, and this is 1,000% worth it. Yo, look, yeah, it won't be much. It won't be much. Though early access might be a kind of special thing, and maybe that will be a little bit more exclusive, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, that's the one, Goalie. That's the one. I wouldn't know what a floppy disk is. Gamosaurus. My father wasn't old school and saved the baby photos on them. Right. Gaunt Grant. Yo, thank you for the follow, dude. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Heresy. Yeah, I feel like... I feel like more people should know what a floppy disk is. Maybe they were what 3.1 like 1.4 megabytes or something. They were really small. There was not a lot of data you could fit into that. It's like one picture basically by today's standards. It's yes, I am, but you don't have to, Seb. I was just wondering if you tried to send it to me directly. That's all. Okay, cool. I'm happy to send one too, though, if you really want that. God of War, because I do really appreciate you supporting, and you getting Danzy a statue was amazing of you. It was really, really cool. I remember, yeah, and hard disks and CD-ROMs. Yeah, I know, right? Early access. I reckon this is the kind of thing where you would develop it with early access and get a lot of feedback early. I would just need to, if I was gonna, I'm gonna be trying to. I don't know what's gonna happen. I've got some big meetings coming up over the next like 2 weeks, guys, and that's a lot is going to get figured out in the next 2 weeks about what happens with the rest of my year. So, depending on what happens with those meetings, I'll know how much I can put into this game. If I order 100 game keys, do I get a discount? Probably yes. That would make sense to do that. 100% you would want to. 100 game keys would be an amazing cash injection. That would be just nuts. That would definitely be a discounted rate. Oh my gosh. I was born in 2004, so I never used them, but our household always had old tech. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. And I did use it a lot. I used it a ton. We had a 56K modem. We also had a 56K modem. And like every time you would make a phone call, it would every time you received a phone call, it would disconnect you from the internet. It was hilarious. My first flash drive, 100 floppy disks. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and even that's not a lot of data by today's standards. Okay. Guys, chat is so active. I love this. I love this. But at the same time, I need to just like lock in here and then let's go. Let's do a build so we can see our hello world. That should have turned itself off instantly. Why is that not? Okay, by putting this in process, we've made a mistake, right? This script is supposed to run in the editor. I don't think process goes every frame in the editor, so checking that checkbox does not actually cause play statues to execute. We need to be able to do this entirely in the editor, not in runtime. I have 8 floppy disks by my side currently. Nice. Nice. Sergius, that's what's on them. I'm so curious. The first computers I ever used, me and Fastv actually were like MS-DOS computers. We'd play games like Warlords and all these like really awesome old ones. There were so many great old games there. Back in the day when games were designed like, their game design was simplicity and like you had to be incredibly creative to make a good game back then. It's, okay. Neither probably learned it from a TV or something. Right. My first computer was a third-hand Commodore 64. Yo, sick, Penny. Warlords is 40%. Is it on Steam? Is that game even on Steam? I can't believe that if it actually is. Like the original one, like the DOS one? That's pretty cool. Yes? No way. Me and Fast have to play that on a stream for sure. All right, here we go. Now I think it might actually work. So let's see if these all zip and disappear. Ready, set, go. No. It worked. That's so satisfying. Oh my god, that's so satisfying. It placed them all, guys. It just placed them all. That's so fun. Okay, did it do the distance thing right? Okay, I mean, for one, we need to see where each of these objects seems off in terms of its height. Oh, whoa. Okay, it's not. We need them to be like 3.2 meters off the ground instead, I guess. And has it gone back to front where the closest ones are the furthest? So where's Goldie? Okay, Goldie went up in the ceiling for some reason. All right, first things first. This offset needs to go there. Because screw placing these all manually, right? That would take forever. Okay. Just making sure people will be able to play the game if they can't pay for it themselves. And another plus, I will support you with it as well. No, God, thank you, God of War. That's pretty incredible. If that were to happen when it comes to that time, yeah, like don't feel like you have to do that, but that's pretty sick. Um, I was gonna suggest it for a games night, as it has 8 factions. Yo, that would be pretty cool. Is it actually multiplayer and stuff like that? That's sick if it is. Okay, there we go. Now it's way too high. So let's pull them in a little. Where's their actual, their height is now. What is going on there? Okay, where are the statue? What's the statue height? That's 3 point. Okay, this one's right. Well, closer. Let's go to like Will Skit statue. What if it goes to like 2? It needs to be like 2.8. We might need to go and like adjust a lot of these statues to make them actually like correct. 2.8, and then give that a rebuild. And then we have to have a bit of a think about what's happening with the order of these, because some of them are wrong. We want like, I mean, we have to figure out where the origin is. How are these getting up here? What on earth? The stone roof is passing the... Oh, hold on. It's doing them like 2 stories tall, which kind of actually looks sick. Like this kind of a chess game like this would actually be sick. That was a very cool idea. All right, hold on. Let me catch up with chat. Is there a reason why Danji's chat is broken and yours isn't? It runs off the same system. Yeah, probably the thing I'm doing there, Goldie, is I'm like resetting the chat when the stream starts, and I need to just make it not crash, because there is a thing that causes it to like the subscriptions break. So the first PC game I was on was at 286. No, it's sick, God of War. There, I probably had a very similar one. Yo, Action Man, good to see you back, man. The first PC you had was Windows XP. That was such a great OS. I really loved that. The first Windows, like I like when I was playing, it was before Windows, like 3.1. You know, it was that was something else. Okay, Semtex. He's not an explosive. I mean, he was okay with it. He was okay with the mashup, man. That's what he wanted. But if you want something different, we'll reconsider it if I misunderstood his name. 6 floppy disks for Windows. Yeah. I can't believe that you installed XP from a floppy disk. That seems weird, Sergius. I've never once seen XP installed from a floppy. I think the last operating system I knew that was installed by floppy was like 3.1, Windows 3.1. Windows XP boot. Yeah, I know. That's weird as. I was shocked when I played the OG Red Alert for the first time with Pentium. Yeah, the pathfinding was actually a masterful work of masterful art there. It was like, what playlist is this? Marcus, yo, it's Marcus. Dude, I'm so behind on chat. I'm sorry, Marcus. This playlist. One of the community members here created this playlist for the stream. One of 3 amazing playlists by Bella. I'll link it. She's got them up on Spotify. So I really vibe with the music that she makes. It's like, and here's the debugging hour as well. I'll link you that as well. And then she had her new one, which isn't actually on this. So Bella, yeah, a very, 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 very talented gal, and she's here. I'll point her out next time you're both in the stream at the same time, Marcus. I love her stuff. I really love her stuff. Okay. Okay, sorry, Marcus. That was really late. Okay, bro, I'm cooked. You're cooked, Casey? You heading to sleep soon? Lemon, I'm a bit lost. Hold on. It's vibey as, isn't it? It's so good. I freaking love it. And she's a great vocalist too. She's got some like vocal tracks that are just, mwah. It's just not my vibe for the stream, but she's got other good music. Good night, Mashup Man, if you're off. Yeah, the Mr. Loser Fruit. Or maybe Fruity is Mrs. Marcus. That's okay. I'm kind of lost as well. Hold on, what's going on with you guys feeling lost? That's not cool. That's not cool at all. You guys are lost talking about the tech discussion, or what's going on? Okay, why on earth would this... I mean, what object is it above? I mean, there's that. Stone roof? No, these are definitely spawning above the... Okay, how is that happening? I think we actually don't have enough sockets for the statues. There's so many statues. Okay. It appears as though the statues are being placed at various heights in the same X and Z coordinates. Each statue should be placed in a inset only once and only at one height. Actually, let's go have a look at what, are these multiples of our offset? 8. Is that a multiple of this? So 8.1 calc. So we need to go see if that number divided by this number is a... Oh, hold on. Why are you... Hold on. 8.12 divided by that is... No, it's not an integer. So I don't know how they're getting that height. That's pretty interesting. I loved, but the dial with those phones, the Nokias were sick. Those old Nokias, they were like a brick. You could run it over with a truck and the thing would just keep going. And it had Snake. Snake was awesome. Snake was such a good game. Such a simple design, such a good game. I love how chat is relating to Windows versions. Meanwhile, me going IBM DOS 3.1, those were the days. I'm with you, Gray. I was really young at the time, but that was pretty sick. Those were good computers. Psych. I'm not old, you're old. I am old.
I'm not old. You're old.
Oh my god.
Fast giggle.
Thank you so much, Goldie, for doing the text-to-speech. We have not seen enough of that, but I didn't need to read that. It just got read out. That's amazing. Windows XP wasn't intended to be installed on solid-state drives, so you need to have a floppy disk with drivers for solid-state drives to install XP on modern solid-state drive. Sergius, you could install from a CD-ROM, even if that... were true, and you're still installing to a solid-state drive. So I don't know, you shouldn't... I think you're thinking of Windows 3.1, not Windows XP, potentially, Sergius. I don't know. Hold on. Okay, we've got a lot of chatter here that I'm missing out on, but we've got a new chatter here. The F word, funny name. I wonder where your productivity comes from. I've been writing code for more than 20 years, and I've recently started developing in a game. Somehow, I don't have the same drive as you. It's a lot more fun to watch you. Yo, the F word, you just gotta want it really bad, man. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. I think you have to stop loving the outcome and fall in love with the process. Does that make sense? It's not about the progress you're making. when you stop focusing on how much progress you're making and you start focusing on the thing that's right in front of you and enjoying the process of doing that, your progress accelerates, I found. So you have to have your eyes on the stars, like have big picture in mind, but you have to have your feet on the ground. You have to be taking one step at a time, and you shouldn't be focused when you're actually working on that big picture, because then you get really demotivated when you don't make progress towards it, right? You just have to go, what's the next most important thing that I need to do, and then do that thing, and then don't get discouraged by any like setbacks, and you keep working on a problem, and like don't get interrupted by your problems. And I think that's the best way to do it, F word. Yeah, so like good on you,
Yes,
man.
Goldie. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Goldie. Exactly. It's like F word, seriously. Like, hell yeah, man. Like, keep going. Like, make that game, man. Make that game. And don't get discouraged. Just like lock in. And honestly, try probably watching me while you make your game, unless you're doing something that doesn't require your full attention, might not actually be the best way to do it, dude. The F word, like you kind of gotta like, especially when you're learning, when you know what you're doing and you're just like repeating something you already know, it's okay to unplug and just like give it half your attention. But you actually need to give it your complete committed attention for a while until you get good enough for it to be muscle memory. And then you can do this where I'm like chatting and streaming and doing a whole bunch of other things while I wait for AI to generate code, you know? Most of the time you actually have to learn to do it yourself, right? And so I would say try not to be too distracted. Have like blocks of uninterrupted work and then give yourself a break, and then have blocks of uninterrupted work. But like almost even schedule that time, man. Because it can be hard to be motivating if you keep like, there's a great book I would recommend looking up the book. It's called Deep Work. Like have a read of this. If you're really getting stuck and find yourself getting distracted, F word, like reading this book by Cal Newport can actually probably help you refocus on like reprioritize. And you know, I think just you being here, it might be a symptom of what's keeping like stopping your progress, you know. Casey, I'm tech savvy, not old tech savvy. Fair enough. Like tech, I remember when tech was fast. I feel like tech has actually slowed down as time has gone on. Funny enough, it's like I remember when old computers were fast because what they were doing, like as technology progressed, I feel like the solution to problems started being a matter of like you can just throw more computing power at the problem. And so people used to program things in a way which was really, really efficient because they were really constrained, right? This is another thing that's like a great lesson. Constraints can be liberating. If you have enough constraints around you, you can actually be so much more effective. And I feel like once upon a time, people wrote software with all these hardware constraints in mind. And these times they don't do that, right? They don't do that. And that's, you know, that gets in the way. And like people will just make bad code, and then these incredibly fast computers will be slower because the code they're running is that much worse. It's a funny thing, right? Love the journey and the destination. Exactly, Penny. Exactly. Okay, the F word. It makes a lot of sense, actually. I had an idea for a game and I was very excited about it. Now I've lost interest in the game, but that's more because I can never play it the way I could if someone else had developed it. That's a shame. I didn't think of that. Yeah, just aim for something small and more achievable, and then it will be easier to do that. And then, like, inevitably, the scope will creep, and you'll make cooler and better things than you set out to when you started. But start aiming small, and you'll probably get a lot more done. And then just like, you know, don't allow yourself to be too distracted from the problem. You have to stick with the problem for a really, really long time. And that's how discipline is built. Honestly, you become disciplined because you lock into the problem and you keep running into problems and you keep pushing through them. And every time you do that, that's learning. The best learning happens at the edge of your ability when you're just past comfortable and you're in that area of just a little bit challenged. If you aim for something unachievable, then it all grinds to a halt and you can't make any problems, like any progress. It becomes incredibly frustrating. The sweet spot is just beyond what you're capable of doing, right? Just pick something that you're not sure if you can do, but you think you might be able to, and aim at those type of challenges, because that's where all of the learning happens and that's where all of the growth happens, man. That's where all the growth happens. Deep work, does that work for studying? 100%. It's more for being like productive and being creative and like doing things and like doing what we're doing right here in the stream. Honestly, what I'm doing here, streaming, is completely counterproductive for getting into that state of deep work. Because you're constantly distracted, you're constantly switching from task to task, and the real like deep work state where the most productivity and learning happens is completely outside of that state of mind, you know. All right, good night, Goldie. You're doing really well hitting those bedtimes, man. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm gonna be wrapping up sometime soon too. So, oh, don't get me wrong, my game is finished in itself. However, I'm missing the assets. I'm struggling with that. Technically, the game is definitely far from being a prototype, but every attempt to create assets leads to frustration because I can't get it right, and it doesn't go as fast as coding, probably because I lack the experience. Yeah, but the F word, every time you try and fail to do that, you'll get faster and faster and faster until you'll be able to make the assets as quickly as you can make the game, you know? So like lock in and just like do that, man. Do that. I can fix it in post has somehow become the norm. I mean, it's not a terrible policy if you don't like, you know, you don't have to get everything perfect right at the start, you know? It can be okay. I think this will work. This will work. Let's give this a save. I mean, I shouldn't have saved that, honestly. That was silly. But let's give it a build. I think I see what the fix was. I had a quick, while we were talking, I had a quick look at that code, and I think I see what it did. It was, what's happening is there's many second level objects, and the code was running for every one of these second level objects, which meant that these kept getting replaced and their height was getting placed to the height of these second level objects. Now we're filtering for statues and walls, and I think that means we're not going to run into that problem again. So let's give it another spin. Did not work. Okay. And it should have returned out of this because I don't think there are enough pedestals for all of our statues, honestly, guys. All right, let's have another look at the code. I mean, where's our goalie statue? Because that should be one of the first. We've got his. Okay, so some of these are really okay. These are our earlier ones. Okay. Statue placer, global position plus the offset, inset node. Okay, let's see how we determine if something is an inset. Try parse inset, name, inset prefix, Crypt statue inset. I mean, how could it be flagging things that aren't that? I don't think it is. Wall root name, get node on null. Okay, it's not doing either of those. So where is there's something in this code here where when it sets that position, okay, the rotation's coming through okay. Target position, statue, no, global position is target position. Where's this 2D loop? There should be a loop in a loop. We kind of pre-calculated it, didn't we? We didn't need to do a loop in a loop because we pre-ordered, and then for every one of these. So for every statue, what's happening here? Insets node, global position. Statues node becomes the target position. This seems fine to me. Statue Y offset is always even going to be like this is even going to be a fixed value at 2. How could anything ever be other than 2? And it obviously is, because like Mike here is at 7. All right, hold up. Okay, Lemon and Casey, you guys are all right. I'm not missing too much in chat. I love the emotes though, but okay. Where are we like why are we stacking these 3 high or 2 high at least? It seems like there are still statues getting stacked one on top of another. What could be setting the Y height of the statue at anything other than the height defined by statue Y offset? I don't know exactly what's doing that. You guys are really like vibing here. You really like getting a disco going here in the chat. Stacks on. Hell yeah. Just a short question. No, the F word. You've been asking really interesting questions, man. Don't at all think like you can't ask questions. I'd create the spawn positions and just grab the positions. Would you mind telling me why you can't do it that way? That is basically what I'm doing. That is basically what I'm doing. Like for every one of these, I'm grabbing all the statues and then I'm grabbing all these spawn positions and then I'm placing a statue at every spawn position. But for some reason, it's detecting spawn positions or placing statues at awkward heights. I don't know why, and I'm trying to figure that out now. I mean, interestingly, the ones up high are rotated in the wrong direction. Maybe there's something weird happening with the offset of these objects, but I don't think so. I truly don't. These transforms are just like... I mean, are they all the same Y value? Yeah, they are. And the Y value isn't a multiple of the... Unless I'm wrong. That divided by this number. If it was a multiple, I could see how it's like... But I'm pretty sure it's not. It's definitely not. I'm not sure what's going on. But then that's the downside of code. But the nice thing about these editor scripts is they can be a little bit messy. They'll never be production code, you know? So if you see different Y heights outside of that line, I don't believe it is. Inset nodes themselves have different Y values. Nope, they're not. The statue scenes have different pivots and origins, unless... Oh, I think I might get it. I think maybe the way it's traversing the scene, it's very possible that inside of here, Crypt statue inset... No. Oh, here. Yes. That's what it is. All right, there's the issue. So there's a Crypt statue inset inside of it, and it's actually traversing into the child nodes. I think I've discovered the issue. Inside of our Crypt statue inset is another object with the name Crypt statue inset. We don't want to be placing objects at this. You know what? Even easier. I mean, what is this even? It's just a node 3D. Done. Problem solved. That's easier. Hold on. Do we need to rebuild? Probably not. Not enough insets. Excellent. All right. Excellent, but also not so excellent, but excellent. There's 51 statues. We need 3 more insets. They can be these. Here we go. 849, 50. We figured it out, guys. We figured it out, chat. Okay. Guys, you guys are vibing with those emotes. Just found out there's a Thief VR game. Yo, that's sick, Penny. I really like the original Thief. That game was the first game to ever create ECS. If there are any coders, and I know there are coders inside of the inside a chat, but that game was historic because yeah, it was the first game ever to make ECS. And ECS is like an amazing programming pattern that does incredible things for games. Like any game you've ever played that has lots and lots and lots of little objects, each with their own logic, that's probably the... hold on. 47 insets, 51 statues. I just created more, right? That should be enough to... Okay, hold on. These need to... A mode-only chat. Is that a thing? That is a thing you can set up, right? A mode-only chat. Y'all are definitely vibing with it. Wicked's getting in there. I hope Bella knows. I wish Bella would just like show up in the chat right now so she could see how much we all vibe out to her music. It's such good music. I truly love it. If I could invest in her music in some way, I would do it. It's a vibe. Okay. 47 insets, but I actually see in the chat here it's got 56 insets. Crypt statue inset. Okay, one more run. Let's just duplicate this and see if that's number 47 goes up. 47 should become 48. It didn't. Oh, that's why. That needs to go under walls now. If it doesn't do that, it's not going to get detected. Yep. Yep. I'm actually going to pull these stone walls to the top so any new statues don't get confused with them. It's all right. Doesn't matter. Let's not order them just yet. This should do it. I'm fairly confident, guys. This will be the one. Here we go. Ready, set, boom. Done. Done. We've got a few things where the statue heights are off and the statue positions are off. But now we just need to adjust that and we're looking good. We're looking real good. So we need the statue position to be down and back. So we need to subtract. So where's our transform? 3 point. So we're going to make it like 2.8 instead, I guess. Oh, what? Why was its Y height? I guess it was the value of that object plus that. So hold on, we need to... Let's keep track of this. Minus... $2.8. That, let's do that offset and just give that a run. See what happens. You guys with your chat, I freaking love this. I love this. We should have a vibe mode when I need to lock in, where you all can just go crazy with your. Oh, hello. Yeah, we made a mistake there, but that's fine. That's fine. Um. Hey, Stray. Yeah, we vibing in here. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at us go. We totally vibing. This is the first time this has ever happened. I don't know how many streams we've had, guys, but this is the first time this has ever happened. And I have to say, I like it. I like it. And we need to reverse the order. Okay, what happened? Hold on. Let's go back to when this was good. All right, there we go. That's what happened. 2.8. Build, run, and then adjust. I mean, which one's the right one? We've got Warmonger. I mean, all of these seem pretty grounded, but I mean, it could actually be an issue where all right. Calc that minus that is going to be, yep, so now we subtract that from that minus that. Quick rerun. Now they're all at the right height. I see what this issue could be. This could be related to the scale of these objects. There's the plaque and the text. This is why we need to be more careful with the way that we construct these. Because now the position of the object is fine, but and how does that even... It can't be modified. To make changes to it, a new inherited scene can be created. All right, let's do that. And then this needs to go to 0 like such. And then this needs to go save scene as art, environment, statues. This is Goldie, so Goldie to Goldie. I mean, actually, we just want it to be Goldie, and then we don't want the name. So where's 2_Goldie? A lot of that can go. We're actually really getting into it. Okay, that's gonna be a good solution here. So find this in file system, show in file system. Can we just... I mean, this plaque will be easy to adjust, so we can do that. I think a lot of them will need to go backwards. So let's fix that up, because then we'll get the majority of them right. And we also need to reverse the order of this, because right now the furthest are coming up as the fastest. Seb Beard is going to go so hard. Beard? I don't have a beard. Hold on. If I grew a beard, it would probably, but I don't know if I'll be growing a beard. Maybe. How goes the game deving? It goes really good, Crazy. It's going really good. That's not dancing. That's Looks like you're on a treadmill. It does look like I'm yeah. It's just maybe I've got a two-step going and I'm dancing and treadmilling. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Not me. I don't know. Yeah, grow a beard. I don't know. I could rock a beard. I've had some beards at some points in time. I'll have to find some photos sometime to prove it to you all. Okay, so we need to move these on the Z direction. Statue X offset. We also want statue Z offset. Z set offset with an O. And statue X offset. Let's create these. And then, yeah, one more for Z. And then X. 0. And then nothing for Z. And then let's adjust them. Okay, Z we had at... Ooh. We've misspelt it, of course. Oh, could you just go to it, please? Okay. 3D scene, save, go here, crypts, statues, crypts, build. Okay, better. Now we need to move this back on the Z offset. So Z offset would need to be positive 0.5. Let's start there. Grow a beard, you guys think. Gandalf beard. I don't know. There's a few little white flecks in here. If I let it grow out, I bet I might have a Gandalfy beard. Who knows? I haven't had a beard in such a long time. How many subs to grow a beard? That's the question, guys. That's the question, chat. That's the question we should all be asking ourselves. Okay, these can all go a little further back. I love how we're not sitting here tweaking like little insignificant values for 1,000 different things. We can do them all at once. That's the advantage to this approach, guys. Give that a build, give it a run again. Whoops, wrong. That's completely the wrong. This needs to be one that way, I guess. Though it seems to be the red axis. Not the blue axis. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, we got that wrong. Fixed. All right, now we're getting somewhere. That was a little too much. That was a little bit too much. These can go forward a little. And we need to reverse the order. And we need to make them local to the... those offsets need to be local to the... Okay. The offsets we're applying for the statue X, Y, and Z seem to be not relative to the local rotations of the insets. Can we change this so that those offsets consider the orientation of the inset during the placement? For instance, if my X offset is 1, that should move it forward on the X axis. But if the statue is rotated 180 degrees, it should still move it. So if the inset is rotated 180 degrees, it should still move it forward relative to the rotation of the inset. All right, there we go. Okay, hold up, chat. Who's talking bad about Gandalf? Ain't nobody talking bad about Gandalf. Those people, they shall not pass, should they talk badly about such a wizened old wizard. You saw nothing. You're seeing things. Hold on, what are y'all seeing? What are y'all getting up to? I love how active the chat is without saying a whole lot. There's a lot going on, but not a lot being said, and that's fun. I like it. Sometimes it's just nice to freaking goof around a little. Okay, now I think if we run this again, now we'll get our, okay, good. And that does expose that the rotations are, the offsets are actually off according to the wrong axes. I had it right in the first place. This is more like 1. This is more like 0. Let's give that another run. Build. Run. And instead of 1, that's going to be -1. So we're going to move it backwards. Quick build. Quick run. All right. Not quite so much, but we're getting close. We're getting very, very close. Maybe like 0.8. Quick build. Quick run. All right, now we're cooking. Guys. Okay, the first statues are last and the last statues are first. So that means this sort. We've got a sort step in here. A to B, we should be B to A. The statues needs to be A to B. Yep, I think that'll do it. That way, and then give it another run. Christopher, you remind me of Spock from Star Trek. Similar features. I've heard that before. Actually, that I look like that actor. I've heard that several times. But I guess he's a good-looking guy, so I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you so much, Christoph. Casey, Winter's skin is cooked like it's so good. Yo, nice. I can't wait to build the character skills out for that one. That's going to be pretty exciting. Okay, now we're actually getting somewhere. Now the world origin. So where is the world origin? The closest crypts to this point are these ones here. So there we go. Excellent. So what we can do is we need to move literally everything around a bit to be, let's see, world origin is where? There. So we need to move it down and to the right a little. Everything goes down and to the right a little. So down and to the right a little. Let's have another look where our world origin is. Even more, a little further to the right. Down and to the right. We even might need to lerp like a long distance along a line. That might be a better way to do this. But we'll regenerate the positions, and now we're going to get like Penny near the start, God of War right here near the entrance. So where's our world origin? Right freaking there. So that needs to go, everything needs to go further this way. The complicated thing about this is we will probably need to do it along a line if we want to get this absolutely right, but I think this is going to be very, very close. This is close enough, I would say. Okay, excellent. Now it's just a matter of tweaking some of those statues that are weird and off. But on the whole, I think we're getting there, guys. We're really, really getting there. So that statue... Okay. Let's fix up Penny. New inherited statue. Where is... I mean, that seems absolutely fine. Why is this floating up so high? Something to do with this inset? No. No, can't see any issue there. Or here. Don't save that. But there is definitely something going on here. It's got to be with Penny, right? No. Why is that off? Weird. Transform 2.6. Where's this one's transform? 2.6. How can they have the same transform and be so different on the height? There's something weird with the origin of this object. But we can fix that. We can fix that. Penny... I mean, where's Goldie? Goldie's thing can go. I think Goldie's still in the scene. We'll just make sure. It would be easy to miss if he wasn't. Okay, he's good. He's good. Okay. The raw thing? No, I know. I think him throwing snowballs is going to be really cool. I think having like a snowstorm around him where it gets snowy and misty would be really, really cool. And him having a roar that stuns people could also be like awesome. Yep. Offset could be 0.7, 1 over root squared. Okay, okay. Why would we use that specific number, Psych? What about a burger? About a snow burger? Does Winter really like burgers? Like, who could blame him if he did? Burgers are amazing. And then I won't say no, right? I could get a hug. That could be a way to disable him if he really likes burgers. And then we could have a cook who makes food to disable the monsters. I don't know. So many ideas. I feel like we really got to lean into like novelty and do novel ideas. I think novel ideas are how this game wins. Okay, so we've still got Goldie's character. Let's go through them one at a time and fix up the ones that are most obviously wrong. So we're going to go through Rakanishu. He's good. I mean, Brian's statue is so large. I think he might actually just need a downsize. Yeah. Brian gets a bit of a downsize. Just so he fits. Brian. Sorry, Brian. I think you're probably in the chat still, right? 1.4. Quick re-import. 1.3. Now he kind of works. Okay. The rat dog. Okay. The pivot point is in the middle and the others are on the bottom. Yeah, it's weird, right? I don't know why. I know how to fix it, but you were winging it at 0.8. I thought precision might help. No, okay, I appreciate that, Psych. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why they're both 2.6 transform. Right. I mean, yeah, a lot of this is like what I need to be doing is in instances where this stuff is off. I really need to like go to, if I show it in the file system, we can go a new, create new scene. We can go rat dog. And then from there, we can like place this object here. And then we can get that to sit at the right height. And then we just simply replace, this with that. I actually made an exception renaming that in a way that I shouldn't have. So that goes there. This goes under that. This goes up in here. And then that can go. And then this can get its own place where the height gets adjusted. So that can be there, and then our plaque can get put up. And that also lets us like adjust the position of this guy. So if he's too far forward because of the tail, and I imagine that's actually what's happening there, then he gets pushed back and then he'll be fine. So now we're good. Yeah. So that'll be the process for all of these where it goes off, right? No Lemony left chat. Ah, dang it. You two were creating quite the vibe there. I don't know how to do it, but with UEFN, you could control and drag the arrow model and move just it. Yeah. I think there's like the beauty, like UEFN. You remember Crazy? I was constantly annoyed by UEFN not being able to do these things that I felt were really important and intuitive. To me, it's exactly this stuff that I'm doing now. It's being able to like rearrange things meaningfully. It's being able to create hierarchies of objects and then have inheritance with it. That's the thing that was like most missing for me from this entire process. Okay, there's Simtex. Simtex is 100% at 000. I mean, I should probably, before I decide that the rat dog was done, let's do a real re-import here, or a replace, I should say. Okay, it's not done. It's not done. There's something off about this. Rat dog, I mean, we can just do that, but it's not gonna, that's... Why is it being placed so high? It's a 2.6, but like its 2.6 is very different from this thing's 2.6. It's because the origin. Right. I'm following now. I'm following. Okay, so we need to actually do that. That's disappointing and quite annoying. Okay, because we can now... Yeah, I got it. I understand. There we go. And then Kaz's binge statue. That goes down here, and that corrects it for us. All right. I understand now. I understand. We are trying to do it right, and we shouldn't be doing it right. In these instances, it's actually the center of mass that we need for these. A little bit more, and that's going to fix it for us. Little bit more. Okay. I'm always here. Luke is here. Is Luke here? Is Luke lurking? Where's Luke? No, different Luke. You're always here, Lemon. I see. Bro, Twitch is trolling me after Jeffrey Bezos. What? What happened with Bezos? Wasn't there some like recent reveals of more files from his stupid secret case or whatever it is? That whole thing is just a crazy situation. Okay, where's our Cray statue? That one's going to be interesting that one's not actually one of these. It's because the scale, I think, is so off. Okay, binge statue needs to go lower. We're actually getting there, guys. We're actually getting there. Gamosaurus, another instance where we can open this up and... Okay, hold on. Weird. Find this in file system. Gamosaurus. I don't understand why this one is so high. This one's oddly high. But we know how to fix it. Gamersaurus Rex. Put that scene in. Move him down to the center of mass. In our crypts, the scene goes in there, that goes in there, this name goes to here, and then that goes up there, this one goes, now we have that, and our plaque can go down. Fixed. And probably back a little. He's got such a huge statue here. We're going to change these plaques so they look a little bit more appropriate too. This one needs to be smaller. This is Grayon. Let's find this in... No, we can't even do that. Okay. Grayon 1. Import needs to go down. 0.4. There we go. And then we've got Chubby Puppy Bear sitting here being weird with the height. Okay, scene. Chubby Puppy Bear. Yeah, cool. This is just another instance where we tried to do the proper corrections but didn't. Okay, even further down. Even further down. Is that now sitting right? Okay, guys, we're getting there. We're really getting there. These crypts, they are nearly full of statues. Okay, ceiling can go back on. Shall we do it? Shall we have a look? Let's do a wonder. Okay. Monster in the crypt. Look at the statues, guys! Look at them! Look at that! Incredible. Guys, it's coming together. It's coming together. Oh, yo, the vodka bottle. Yeah, that's binge. That's binge. 100%. Oh my God, this is coming together in such a big way. One thing has been annoying me. If I go to walk mode, it puts me in reverse, and I don't want that. So let's just quickly, we're just gonna quickly fix that. You guys can't see that, but it's annoying me, so I'm gonna fix it. Character root locomotion. Okay. God, yeah, we made a mess here, didn't we? Didn't I should say. Currently, if you hold shift, the character only walks backwards where he should work forwards instead. Where should be possible to walk forwards. And we need to do this in a new chat. Get rid of that context. New chat. There. Okay. We need colliders on these walls. That would be something that's going to be very valuable. Yeah, this is so sick. This is so cool. Oh, here's one. Here's one. We haven't fixed Penny yet. We haven't fixed Penny. Let's get Penny fixed. Okay, where's Penny? That's right. Penny was the first one that we came across, and that has an issue that we can... okay. Let's go. It's nice, right? Hey, Voyagers, how's the crypt come? It's coming along really well. It's coming along really well. Wait till you see it. Hold on, I'll show you in just a moment. I'm going to fix this one more thing. Penny... From there, this can go into the scene. From there, you need to go down to about the center of mass. There in our crypts, I'm going to copy that. This gets a nice rename here. This goes under meow. That gets that name. That goes there. This goes there. This gets deleted. Then we have the right height. Now the plaque can go down and back into its right position. This plaque needs to, okay, this is too large. That needs to get imported at, say, like 3.0. Yeah, that's better, that's better. God of War, we need to do something really special with God of War's plaque. We still need to figure that out, but we're redoing the plaques anyway, so... okay. Let's open up. Yeah, cool. His plaque should not be here. His plaque should be in the environment. So we're going to delete that from... there. Is there several of these? Some of those early ones, they always wind up being like test subjects. And so they get some like objects that would otherwise not be right. God of War's statue is so huge. We need to do something really special with it. It can't fit here anymore, but it needs to still be special because he gifted so many subs. It was crazy. It was crazy. Okay. 1.4. See if we can adjust his scale to something that actually fits. But we need to do... I mean, now he barely fits inside of this thing. Is this the same one? Is this the same object? I'm not sure that it is, but... I mean, this plaque needs to go somewhere specific. Let's do this, just to be sure. So that's God of War. That goes here. This goes up there. Yep, and then that goes. And then his position should be adjustable. Yeah, it is. Good. So we need to do something here to make him like really special. I don't know what we do yet, but in God of War's, like here, we're going to do something, and probably to his plaque as well. Okay, check it out. Check it out. You want to see how the crypts were going? Let his statue come alive with red eyes and cut your... Yes, yeah, run human. That would be amazing, Voyager. That's the kind of ideas that we need to like lean into and just do. Honestly, that kind of thing, that's what's going to make the game. Okay, so... Let's see. So... Crypts... We're going to rerun the placement just to make sure everything's in place. Check it out. Check it out, guys. Voyager, they are coming along quite well. The crypts are looking cool. We're starting to fill it with a lot of amazing art. Let me actually just do a rebuild here. No, we're not fixed that yet. We still need to get a lot of lights and candles in, and I need to fix the floor. But on the whole, oops, of course, yeah, fix the floor, as I said. The crypt is close to done. It took 2 streams to get this done. But we did test some new and interesting, like a new modular approach to development of environments. That's a big W. And we have an extensible system that can very quickly add new statues, which is going to be another big W. I think we need to get these these plaques a little bit out of the way of the statues themselves. Okay, who have we got here? God, I hate the way that selecting objects works in Godot. That actually really annoys me. Yeah, I just expect it to work well like Unity does. I don't know why they couldn't do that. It's such a fundamental thing. Okay. What a win, guys. What a freaking win. The other thing I can actually start to do now is we can, like, very soon, we'll be able to put this crypt into the game world. That's going to be sick. That's going to be so cool. That's going to be absolutely awesome. So we need to generate the entrance for this, but, like, getting there. You've got to go see a graybeard. I'm gonna wrap up stream fairly soon now as well. What's happening to ending at 3 a.m.? Yeah, it's 3:39. Yep, I gotta wrap it up. What's happening is I just wanted the last little touches here, just to get these all in place, because what a win, guys. Okay, where are we? I just want to do a walkthrough. Let it finish thinking. Make that one little fix. You've made so much progress. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate that. I'd like to hear that. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you have or haven't. But yeah, it does feel like it now that you mention it. Especially with like placing all these statues. That's a big W. Okay, copy those, paste those. We're going to extend this a little. Then we need to extend the wall, but that's a problem for next time. I think for now we can even just like cap the end of it, right? Is it 3 o'clock? No, we can't quite cap the end. But we'll see. When more statues come up, more statues will get put in. And maybe we should replace the order so that the more recent ones go toward the front, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like the older ones deserve to be better, like in those better deep in the crypts. I think that's pretty cool too. So, I mean, hold on, we can actually flip that really easy. We just did it. Statue placer. It's just going to be in the thing that calculates the distance. So the newest ones to the front or the newest ones to the back? I'm not sure. What do you think, chat? What do you think? It's going to be, if you want, yeah, I think like maybe the older ones toward the back, right? Newer ones to the front. Yeah, okay. I think I hear you. Dementor. Yo, KDO92, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you for the follow. These streams have been going off. I love that people are loving what we're doing here. It means the world to me. It really does. It really does. Okay, quick rebuild. That gets the newest ones to the front. So the last one we had was Danzy, and then Chubby Puppy Bear, and then Simba. We have to do one more, and maybe this is the way to round out the stream. Will be... let's see. We need to do one for... do we still have... No, maybe I need to start that with the stream next time. Next stream, we start with generating the last missing statue. I think now we get the... This is kind of cool, because now we get, like, the grates way deep in here, you know? way off in the distance, like deep in the crypt is like God of War and Goldie, like really really deep in there, like Warmonger and Penny, like the OGs get to have those like treasured deep spots. I think that's a kind of cool way to do it. And then the newer ones towards the front, which is pretty cool because we can instantly rotate them like down by just, adding a new one and then clicking regenerate. That's very cool. That's very cool. All right, what a great stream, guys. Newer ones to the front. I'm with you, Demender Man. All right, who do we raid? Let's do it. Okay. Who's Fu Manchu? I don't remember this guy. Perry's always a fun time. Lana had some really insightful things to say at the end of her last stream. How's Ginger Dev doing? What's he up to? If he will load. Three, 4, 5. Let's give it another 10 seconds. 8, 9. Why it's not loading? That's weird. Insta load for Perry. What's Lana up to? Kids. Kids are stupid. She's a funny one. She's a funny one. You can never go wrong. You can never go wrong with this gal. She's always got good content. Said before you raid, can you check something? Yeah, what's up? What's up, God of War? What's up? What you doing? I'll vibe here while you have a think about it. What are we checking? What are we checking? What's Dev Era doing? He's just playing games. Trucker Dylan. He's trucking. Kind of idle. I don't know why there's like 500 people checking out his empty carriage. That loaded that time. Man, it's so blurry. It's so blurry. Well, this is looking cool. This is looking very cool. Maybe we check out Ginger Dev, huh? I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on it, God of War. Raid him? Do you think raid him? All right, Lemon. All right. When you walked through the crypt, I saw 2 things. Okay, tell me what. Tell me what. Question, was my statue not meant to be bigger? Yes, 100%. 100%. However, when we put it here, it doesn't currently fit in the space. So when compared to a lot of these other statues, it's still much bigger. But what we're planning, what I'm thinking for this, what I'm thinking is that we make it like, we make this emblem. See how already that's bigger? I'm going to turn this thing into like gold or diamond or something. You had a God of War statue too, but it seems to be the same as the other. Oh, hold on. Okay, that could be a really good catch. Where are we with that? All right, let's find it. Oh, Penny's still floating. Dang it, this is why we don't look at stuff, because then we find things, then we have to fix the things that we find. All right, hold on. That's a bit better. And then this can get moved down and across. Where is the... Okay, there's God of War 2. Where's God of War 1? I hope something hasn't happened with the procedural movement. All right, it's here. Hold on. Good questions. So there's this one God of War. I think the nameplate's just off. And then there's this huge one where we're going to make a really shiny statue. So shiny to come, trust. And this one just needs a rename. And then we can God of War 2. That is just to say God of War. And then at the moment, this is to remind me that it needs to be like shiny, but we have to develop like special effects for it, God of War. Second part is the size. It seems you made mine smaller at the moment. I mean, if I make him any bigger, he doesn't fit in the space. So we're going to have to like make him really shiny or do something special with him. So we might give him like glowing eyes or like gems for eyes or make the plaque really shiny. At the moment, if I make him any bigger, he's just going to be like, here, I'll show you. If we make him any bigger, we've got issues where he doesn't really, he doesn't fit inside of the space anymore. Like like we can't have that kind of thing. So we got to figure out another way to make him really shiny and special. Because it matters to me, man. It matters. It really matters. The contributions you made during those streams are absolutely amazing. And so I got to find ways to make this a really, really, really special statue besides what we've done so far. But it needs to be something right. It seems the names were wrong. It's just that this one was God of War 2, and so it got the 2 there. But the names were wrong. The other one was God of War 2. Where is it? I'll find him. The Cray mustache is also floating in the air. It is quite a bit harder to find statues now that they're in here. Where's that sick dragon? Where's that sick dragon? There he is. No, that's Greyon's dragon. Where's your dragon? There he is. So there's the God of War 2. But the one that was going to get the really, really fancy treatment was the other one. This one here. This is the one that's going to get like blinged up. Is gonna get blinged. Just pointing it out. No, I really appreciate it. Thank you, man. I appreciate you helping me figure that kind of stuff out because it's easy for that stuff to get lost, which is amazing that I have you guys here to help keep it on track. I really do appreciate it. Giant hall room, giant statues. Yeah, maybe we do like a special room for like giant statues for people who did like a heap of subs. That would be another solution. But I also think just like it'd be especially cool if you're walking past here and there's like more candles and more lights and more shiny things around that particular statue. I think that's a cool way to do it. But yeah, otherwise we just can't fit him in the space, which is he's about as big as he can be inside of the given space. We're going to find a way to make him stand out in other ways. True, my second one was the dragon. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Alright, so crypts are looking cool. I am quite into the crypts. So far, we are really going to make them... Hold on, this one's another instance where he is a bit too big for his space. What are we looking at here? Eightfold. We need to... Can we even do this? Shouldn't that show me in the... Okay, hold on. Eightfold path. There we go. Import. It needs to be like 1.4. So he's not clipping his space yet. Better. Gamosaurus as well. 2.8 maybe. There we go. This was Lisa's ducky. Hold on. Lisa, LLL. There we go. Import 1.4. Take it down just a little. All right, coolness. Much coolness. Much coolness. Great. Raid time. That is it. It is raid time, Lemon. I mean, Crypt can have -1 level, and that's more taller and wider room that you can fix the... Yeah. Totally true. We could have another way down to a lower level. That's totally true. The crypts are coming together really quite well. I'm quite excited by how these crypts are getting generated right now. Very cool. Okay, but one thing at a time. The next thing to do is raid. Raid out and pick this up tomorrow. Very keen to get back into it tomorrow. We made great progress, though it has been a couple of days on the crypts. I think the city came together a lot quicker because we had that open plan. I mean, in the time that it took us to do the city, we've done the crypts. So this modular approach is good, but in that it's flexible, but I think it's slower. It's slower than our other approach. So internal environments are going to start to get much slower, and I might need to revisit my thinking on how I actually generate these and try and generate larger blocks at a time, like a hallway instead of a particular, like, one component. It's much slower, and I have to really think hard about that. But one thing I can do before we leave that I would absolutely love to do is environment. Let's go to the environment and start to, in the environment, bring the crypt in. W crypt build? Yeah, man. You've seen the crypt walk. Now you've seen the crypt speed run. Though it wasn't as fast as I would have liked, honestly. So crypt is going to be like this. And then that can go down. Where's this entrance? There's our entrance to the crypt. So we're going to do something like this now, where this goes under the ground. And now we'll have this like entrance, this walkway down. We're going to have those stairs go even further. Where are the crypts? Walls, pavers, granary, forge, tavern, chapel, townhouse, inn. Somewhere in here is where to go? Okay. Reparent to environment. Crypt. And we need to move him up. Though it definitely shows to me that we need a longer pathway, because then that can go further under the ground. So we kind of need to, let's just do it. Where are those stairs? Where's the deepest version of it? Stone wall here. We could pivot it 180 degrees. Okay, where are we going with that? So there's the start, and then we can cut a hole in the terrain, and that'll be our way through. Quite sure there was a way to do this. Add holes. Yes. Yes, good. Yeah, that's very cool. That's very cool. I don't think Unity Terrain can do that at all. Um, so, hold on. Let's go to the main. Check it out, guys. This is sick. This is going to be so cool. One more thing. Yeah, I know. One light year conversion. But just hold on and see how cool this is. I'm going to be able to get from... Oh, yo. That didn't work at all. Hold up. Where's the crypt? Where's the crypt? Environment. And we also need to... Oopsie daisy. Oh, we've got the wrong thing here. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, that's totally my bad. That needs to go there. And there's the top of the walkway. So God, we really need this to go much higher. Crypts. It's going to be quite a long walkway down. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm kind of into that. I'm kind of into that. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. And then also in our crypts we can get rid of our character swapper. And then in main, check it out. This is going to be so sick. Base code, it's 4 a.m. Right into sleep. You're right. I know. You're not wrong. You're 100% right. But also, just like, may I point out, isn't this the coolest thing? Isn't this going to be so fucking sick? We're going to be able to walk down into the crypts from the city? Yo! Look at it. That's the coolest. This is incredible. This is so cool. This is so fucking cool. And there'll be no sky, because if we go to night especially, this is what crypts are going to be like at nighttime. And there's going to be like fucking candles and stuff in here. This is going to be a spooky place. It's going to be a spooky place as night sets. Especially if we enclose this properly, if we enclose the entire area, it's going to be like, did you put me next to Goldie? Yo, how you doing, Bella? We've been vibing to your music today. You've had so many compliments on the music, by the way. We had Marcus, Fruity's Marcus, ask about it. And did I put you next to Goldie? At the moment, the placement of the statues is based on the distance from the entrance. So the older the statues are, the deeper in the crypts they go. If you make the hallway down longer, you might be able to troll players a bit. Oh, yo, totally. No ghosts, no fun. True. We're going to add ghosts to the game, though. Like, dead players are going to be ghosts. So I've got some work to do to fill all these holes. But, yeah, it's going to be sick. Look at the mood. Look at the mood lighting, guys. Okay, where are you, Bella? At the moment, and this will change as more people come. You'll be in here somewhere. I really need to get these candles in. These candles are going to make it. These candles are going to make this place. Hold on. Is that you? No. We also going to need the candles just to make the nameplates nice and readable. Hold on. Let me turn the lights up. It's going to be way easier to find you. You're in here. You're in here. Where's the bard? I actually am thinking, legit Bella, I'm thinking of making this one of the townspeople. Just because she's too cool and like really, really appropriate. There she is. That's the one. Imagine Seb not even putting me in the crypt. No, here you are. Here you are. There you are, Bella. It's you. That's you right there. That's her. That's her, chat. I would never not put you in. I would never not put you in. Of course it's epic, but sleep is important right now. Okay. All right, guys. All right. It is sleep time. It is sleep time. This is a big W. Huge W. Very excited by how cool this is. We're going to have to do something to like load and unload this so that we don't load all that geometry in mesh if the player isn't around. Yo, look at that. You can see the sun. You can see the sun at night down there. That's the sun going to midnight through the floor. All right, the crypt looks really good. Looks like it was a night well spent. Yeah. It's coming along incredibly well. It's exciting. I'm really excited. The crypt is looking sick. At night, this crypt is going to be so spooky, though. It's going to be so spooky. I'm into it. Oh, look at that. You can actually see under the whole world here. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, guys. That's a vibe. Look at that. Look at that. Seb, what are your thoughts on having a small candle or two behind the statues? No. Like, hard disagree with that one because I super strong agree with way more candles than that. Check it out. This is the plan for it. Here, it'll be like this. The whole environment is going to be lit like this. So lots of candles is going to make the vibe. That's the next step for this. Is heaps of this kind of stuff. So yeah. Way more, exactly. Yeah, way more candles. We're gonna have lots of candles by every statue, so that it's like, you know, we're honoring our it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Way more candles. Best disagreement. Yep. But I can't help but agree. Exactly. It's gonna be really cool when we're done with it. We're not done, but we've made really good progress today. Very happy with how that's come about. Yeah, this will be cool. This will be cool when we get it all done. Hold on. Need collisions on these walls, and I need to get the camera collision working. It's going to be sweet, guys. It's going to be sweet. I'm really excited. He's almost walking to the music. Look at him strut. I have to fix the sliding on ground so that I can make this more easy. Because they has a lot of trouble. They all have a lot of trouble climbing uphill right now. So crypt entrance here. It's going to be cool. It's going to be very cool. Very excited. All right. Nice. All right, now rating. Thank you, God of War, for pointing that out and sending me on another detour. All right, who have we got? Oh, he's not live anymore. Ginger Dev gone. I guess that means Perry's the only great option. We could do another like quick browse in the software and game development, but I don't know. Most of these aren't like English streamers or game streamers. What's this? What's Space Drive 2? A file manager. Interesting. I like his development environment. That looks kind of sick. I don't know what it is. I think it's got to be Katie. Or Lana. I don't know. What do you guys think? Way more candles. Jamie is worth checking out at some point. Who's Jamie? Link me, Invader. I'm not sure if he's even on anymore though. Okay, all right. Yeah. Let's do Lana. Okay. Perry, because Lana never raids people or pays it forward. Yeah, it's true. It's true. All right. Let's do Perry then this time. Who dis? Oh, you're recommending this guy, Invader. So what is it? What is he building? Is it just like his own version of Dropbox? He's working on a really software file development project. Okay. Is it for Mac or what's its deal? I mean, it does seem cool. It's this whole thing is his Space Drive 2. Multi-device computing. Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool. Architecture for local AI on hardware you already own on data that never leaves your control. So do you need to have both your computers running in order to make this happen? That's a cool enough project, man. Like let's do it. Let's do it. We've rated Katie heaps of times. So smooth, Lord. I agree with you. You referring to the music? Let's do it. Ready up, guys. We're going right in. I will sleep very well. Thank you, guys. This has been a fun stream. It's been a really fun stream. We are nearly done. We're nearly done with the Crypt. Soon we'll be able to move on to the next thing. But the Crypt is looking, it's looking good. I'm liking it. So yeah, with that, let's raid into this guy. Let's make a new friend. Copy the raid message. Copy paste that. Be ready to dump that, and then we'll jump in on this guy, and we'll introduce ourselves. Fixing Lufu's arms. That's definitely a good one, Lemon. That's definitely a good one. We need to spend some time on that for sure. For sure, and many other little fixes that need to happen. But I feel like, yeah, I'm still not even at the point where it's like vertical slice, because then we can go back and start fixing things. So, but yeah, we should probably do that just to get it to a workable point so that it can be included. So 100% that still needs to happen. But I mean, thanks so much, guys. Thanks so many different little heaps of follows again. So many bits, lots of raids, lots of subs. Had a great stream. So thank you so much, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow. So I'll catch you all then. Have a great night and enjoy this guy's stream. It looks interesting. Speak to you all soon.